Hey, is it going? There it is. There it is. Why, good morning, all you fellow chatters and people of the internet. If you're watching this on the VOD, this is an all-day recording of what I do all day, so feel free to skip around. Look for interesting things. If there's anything really interesting, I try to record it and put it in its own video, so this is more like just documentation, or if somebody really wants something to watch, then you're welcome to watch it. What was I going to do? Oh, I was going to put what kind of car this is. 2001 Hand Civic, JDM swapped. So I don't even know if this engine is correct. What kind of engine is that, Noah? You know all the tooty Honda crap.
There's usually a code somewhere on it.
Is it that's the PLE8?
No, it's usually
That's just the cylinder head cover.
It's a D17A.
Oh, okay, D17A. So that's 1.7?
I'm not sure.
Because it says it's the 1.7 four-cylinder.
Definitely could be.
Oh, it says D17A right there. So it's the same block.
Yeah. So, should be the same motor, just JDM motor.
What's the difference between a JDM one and an American one? Is there differences?
Not that I know of. I know like there's difference between like D series, B series. They have a D series single overhead cam, D series dual overhead cam.
So this is a single overhead cam. This isn't even VTEC. I'm pretty sure it's only a single overhead cam. There's only one cam.
Oh yeah, it looked like single.
Only one cam hole.
Not a bad motor.
Runs rough at idle and vehicle sputters when under load, wants to cut off. Restart vehicle and it fires back up. Yeah. The non-VTEC. The non-VTEC. Well, thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate it greatly. So what's interesting is right now it says we have 7 concurrent viewers, but we've had 24 playbacks. So I'm not sure what exactly it counts as a concurrent viewer. Because it's only been going for what? A minute or two? 3 minutes? Interesting. So it seems a bit vague. Oh, sorry, I had to sneeze. Well, thank you for the like already. That is too kind. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, this month's stats. 125 more subs than usual. That's nothing to shake a stick at. All right. Because I think we're on regular low latency mode. I can't change it at this point. But yep. So this little thing's, I guess, tuned? I don't know how to tell if it's actually tuned. Because there's nothing on the dash or anything signifying that mess. It also makes a lot of noise when you put it in gear and rev it up. It sounds like something in the back's loose. Probably just that. They just put on a crappy muffler. Got some new tires on it though. Hope the engine doesn't fall on my head. What is loose? Oh, there it is. Just hitting the heat shield because the piping is. Not perfect. It's a little welded kit. Well, it's hitting the heat shield. As you can see here, where it's hitting there, and here. The bestest fart can of every fart can ever farted. No cats. So, let's see. That little hole it doesn't go into the intake, does it? That little bracket bolt. Like, that can't be a vacuum leak, can it? We don't have to plug it. I like his shield around his torque converter or flywheel. Ooh, that's a bong and a half. A bong, whatever. It keeps the check engine light off. That's a spider web. This thing isn't driven a ton, that's for sure. At least he hadn't lowered it yet. Can't lower it too much with how poorly run that exhaust is. Problem is it needs to come forward like an inch, maybe 2 inches to get into that tunnel. Then he could work it into that tunnel. Hi, Jeffrey. Squawkity squawk, yo. I don't really see anything under here that could be doing anything specific. Because, well, there's just not a lot down here. Not a lot of hoses or connections or sensors. Holy good God almighty. You want to see the best thing I've seen all day? If the bolt's a little too long, just add a washer or 20. A washer or 5. Where's the back one? Oh, that one fit. Just that one. I don't know if they need, maybe they can get a few more washers in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 washers. 9 washers. It's beautiful. Love it. I love it. It's so good. Back mount. That looks like a YouTube short. what was this, a D17A2? Got ourselves a beautifully customized D17A2 that has only the utmost beautiful quality in its build. That way you make sure that 9 washers are just enough to get you bolted down. Hey man, content, yo. I don't talk politics on YouTube. I never have. I've done that on purpose. Battery keeps dying every few days. Sitting, driving, you daily drive it? Do you sometimes daily drive it? You could have the short answer is just probably a parasitic drain, something sucking down the battery. And depending on how long you let it sit, it will you know, keep pulling down. Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. But yeah, Tex, I like it over here for that. Because arguing about politics all day gets old quick. All right, hold on a minute. I gotta go hit the restroom real quick. Coffee. Gotta wait for other people to finish. Yeah, there's definitely the possibility that your alternator's not charging. So, maybe bad diode, things like that. But you can check to see if it's charging. If you just take a multimeter and start your car and check your voltage, it should be above 12 and a half, like should be 13, 14, somewhere around there, to show that it's charging the battery. Unless it's like a really new car, sometimes they'll have amp, what is it, load detection circuits, and so they'll only start charging if they see the battery's drained. There's tons of videos on YouTube about parasitic drains. That was just a fire truck. It was like a fire pickup truck. So you'll need to set it to, I can show you how to do that. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go up front, I guess. it doesn't even have to be a good one. Let me explain in a second with my multimeter. So mainly what you do, if you need to do a parasitic drain test, might as well record this. So we had a question about how to do a parasitic drain test. This is a $25 multimeter off Amazon, and you've got 10 amp multimeter, or 10 amp ability. So you'd set it over here to amps, like that, and then you'd go from here and here. And then what you do is you disconnect your negative battery cable, you plug this onto the battery, you plug this onto the cable, and it tells you how many amps are going through your to your battery when the car is off. You want the car off, you want all the doors shut or think they're shut so you can like latch the latches. It's easier to latch the latches so that way you can go back and check like you know, various pieces that are accessible only with the doors open. So, and then this should be 0.05 is what your spec is for your basically a maximum draw. That's pretty universal. So it should be, yeah, or 50 milliamps or 5. I don't know, but it's 0.05. Anything that or below. Like if it's 0.001, that's fantastic. That means everything's shut off. It could take 10, 15, 20 minutes for everything to shut down in the car, too. It depends, but you want to make sure all the doors think they're locked and then lock the car, and then it should shut down everything. And so if it's 0.05 amps or higher, then you have a drain somewhere. Something's sucking down the battery. If you had like 0.06, it would just be how quickly does it kill it? Do you use it more often? Probably not worth trying to hunt it down. But if it's like a half amp drain, 2 amp drain, then you got something pretty big staying on, and it's going to kill your battery pretty quick. That's about the best explanation I can give that often without doing it. Now this thing is just going to be an interesting. Correct, 0.05 amps. No problem, just make sure you're subbed to the channel. Yep. Common places for drains to occur, typically radios, especially aftermarket radios. A lot of people that put in aftermarket radios, they sometimes don't do a good job of making sure they run right threads. They just find a power wire, especially if people do it themselves. But so radios, seat modules, door modules, infotainment modules. Damn it. Informational modules, radios, things like that. No, it's not off, it's just on the wrong one. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to start looking at data outputs. However, I guess first we're going to go drive this Beetle and make sure everything goes groovy with that and get this thing out of here. So we have the extra bay because we got an Audi that needs some attention too. That's all right. Well, thank you, Mr. America. Sundays for STS, yeah. I mean, I'll still do that on Sundays. So if you want to come and argue politics on Sundays, then, well, you're in the right place, not here on Twitch. All right. Well, poop. Just watch Noah for a few minutes while I go drive this thing up and down the road real fast. I'm not planning on taking on a very long test drive. It's either leaking or it's not, and we already checked it for leaks, so I just want to make sure everything drives okay. And it doesn't take a ton of driving to figure that out. So, I'll be right back. I just don't want to waste a bunch of time test driving unnecessarily. So it'll be like 3 minutes. All right, let me get my pack back on. Oh, I know what I'm forgetting. I forgot to tell everybody on Discord I'm streaming. Holy crap. Yeah. Toffee, how could you let me do this? How could you possibly have let me do this? My God, man. My God. Thank you, Geek Boy. I got it. How many viewers average did I lose? About the same amount as if I had been streaming on Twitch and said no more politics. RBN. Make sure I got the right car. Two-door coupe. Coopity coop coop coop. Just service do light on. So I think we'll get this done first, because we're gonna end up, for lack of a better term, dicking around with that for hours, I'm sure. So get the things that we can get done, because if this is just service light, then easy peasy. Change the oil, check it over, your normal rigmarole. Nothing too particularly special. My nose is itchy. How are you gonna have a cyborg baby? Are you gonna build it? I don't like gravy on my biscuits. I like honey. Cool. Really, they were last done at Mavis Tires and Brakes. Interesting. So let's see what they missed. Is there a sticker that shows how many mileages? There is. And it's at 5914. What is our current mileage? They just had an oil change done. So, did these assholes, sorry, did these people just not reset the service light? This might be really fast. What's current mileage? What did I say it was? 43,762. 43,762. Oil change is due at 50. I can never spell. I can never spell maintenance right. I don't know why. Maintenance. Maybe it's because I keep trying to spell it maintenance. So. Listen here, taters, I know how to spell it now, and I'll forget the next time I try to spell it. So, you shush. You shush. I'm just kidding. Love you. Love you long time. But no, the daily streaming on YouTube is making a big difference. In case you're wondering, Allie, we're up like $100 on the month, roughly. What was it? Impressions was up hugely. That's it. Impressions is up 95%. 312,000. I guess I can't complain there, right? Let me go find out what the hell I'm supposed to do with this besides reset the service light. Hold on. I walked by Eric and said American runs on Duncan, and he goes, with the prices of gas, everybody gonna be running. It's gonna be cheaper to buy cocaine and ride a bike faster. I need to mix up more coolant, but we can top up the coolant with a little bit of water. It's not gonna hurt nothing. Bonk. Beautiful. That's topped up. Well, we're not doing an oil change because they just had one done. Check the air filter, because that's often one they don't want to touch. I don't like to touch it, but you know, hey. Missy's like, we're charging them. I was like, because, like, why? Well, if we just have to reset the service light. Because they went to a place that didn't reset their service light. If they came here, they would have gotten their service light reset and they wouldn't be coming back to another shop. It's the price they pay. Because we're a better value for what you get versus what you pay for. Missy's tired of people going to quote-unquote cheap places for all the, you know, easy stuff. Ooh. They could use a new air filter. Yeah, they could. Let me go give them the part number. Maybe we can get one today. 1 second. Awesome. Yeah, we'll call them up and find out if they want one of those. So I'll just leave that like that. And we'll reset the service light before we pull it out. Swagtastic. Light scribe. Oh man, I haven't heard one of them in a while. What is burning a CD? I'm just thinking. Thinking. It's typically not very easy to reset the service light from the dash of an Audi. Usually you want to just use the scanner. And speaking of scanners, we're about to hook this up to here and start finding out what the hell. No, people don't know how to operate cars anymore. They think they just get in, turn the key, drive. It's a Honda there, I fixed it. Guess how many miles are on this Honda? It is a... Oh Lord. We've been recording for like an hour. Guess how many miles are on this thing? Lay them down, lay them in the chat, lay them in the comments, lay them all over me. Because the exact mileage is 304,074. And it looks like it. What's wrong with the 150? Ah. Yep. I had a Voodoo 3 back in the day. I skipped over the Voodoo 2. I think I went from a Diamond Viper V770 to a Voodoo 3. Why, hello, Trend Me. And how are you? Oh, Honda manual 2001 Civic Coupe 1.7 liter. Oh yeah, there it goes. We stumbling out, boys. Really? That was a slow stumble into insanity. Pleased to meet you. I can only imagine how many codes are in here right now. None. Temp codes? None. Off to a banging start. Data. Fuel system status, closed loop. Where's bank 1 sensor 1 oxygen sensor? Short-term fuel trim. Long-term fuel trim. Flatlined at 1. Misfire on 1. No misfire. Spark advance 5.5. VTEC solenoid valve off. Well, I hope it doesn't have a VTEC solenoid valve. Does this even have VTEC? ECU thinks it does. Or at least it's throwing data for it. How is it going to have water in the intake? There's nothing to hold water. Is this just got a pre-programmed fuel trim? It's a Honda! I don't think single overhead cams have... Maybe it does. I don't work on tons of Hondas, so... I don't want to make assumptions that I'm not sure about, but I didn't know that single cams could have variable valve timing. Because it doesn't have any solenoids there. It's just got a cam gear, goes down to this end. Where's it going to be doing it from? I guess maybe it could be doing it from this solenoid. That could be the VTEC. But usually they label these things like crazy. Man, that exhaust is hot. Doesn't seem good being that close to the alternator. And of course now it settles out. Thank you, Stormy. Looking, don't try and troll me with VTEC shit on Hondas because I don't know Hondas that well. So don't try and confuse me. Because I will be confused. Is this just not tight? Here if I see if I hear any vacuum leaks. I have no idea how much coolant this thing has in it. It says it's not too hot. What's the coolant temp sense say? But the long-term fuel trim's not doing any adjustment. It's just staying flatlined. 170. Oh, see, now, Allie, you owe me for trolling me like that and being a jerk. So I was right. Single overhead cams can't be VTEC because you need two of them to vary the valve timing. Unless that part's wrong and you can have a single overhead cam. But I don't see how you could have variable valve timing on a single overhead cam if it's doing the valve, the exhaust, and the intake. You would have to have them separate if you're going to vary them. So, yeah. I was right the first time. Shut up and stop confusing me while I'm working on a car. Well, that's just because I always second guess my own automotive knowledge. And I assume that somebody else might know more than I do, so I want to find out what they know if it's more than I know. A vacuum source I can tap into. I would like to check a vacuum source off the intake. I might just need to use the brake booster. There, it's gonna stumble out on itself right now. What is this fuel trim pattern? .82 degrees. I wonder if the PCV's any good. Because this isn't running an airflow meter, unless this is it. So it has to be running a map sensor, which should be this. Open loop DTC, yeah. Smooths out better when it's no, it doesn't. Listen to that thing rattle. Map sensor. Hey, I picked the right sensor though. Look at me. I don't think it's a fuel filter. Cleared out the code. I think it's just getting crappy fuel adjustment messages. Granted, I have no idea how have they tuned this, or is this just stock? Is this a stock tune with all this different stuff? The intake says R-tunes. The fuel or the air filter says R-tunes. I don't hear any vacuum leaks though. Could the timing be off? .100% stock tune with all bolt-ons they put added in the driveway. And so now he wants me to figure out what he picked up. Hey, cooling fans work. The header says 1320. It's like some YouTube racer or something, Noah said. Noah knows all these things. He's into the tuner scene. Or he knows things about the tuner scene because he is 20 years old and is loving life. Bet it does. Huh. That's gross. Oh yeah, it definitely has loss of power. It'll stumble and stutter, and they said mostly when it's warm, but it hasn't really been stumbling at idle right now. But it does when you rev it, it'll stumble around. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the only thing we can check is timing. Which isn't particularly easy to do. Which is what sucks. Because I mean, it's a couple bolts, but it's all nice and cramped over here. Is there an easier way of checking timing? I guess I could pull out the number 1 plug, rotate it to top dead center, and check the crank mark. That might be easier than pulling off the upper timing cover. It's not my car. I can't donate it to a junkyard. What's wrong with you? Get to that bolt. That one's already ripped out, so we're off to a good start. Does that even hold? No, we got to take the valve cover off to do the timing, don't we? Because the valve cover holds the upper timing cover on. Duh. Well, not duh, but it's kind of a dumb design if you ask me, but hey, I didn't build it. No, I mean, I can check the timing with the scanner, but I don't know what it should be on. What the timing advance should be. Yeah, he's got a ton of air or add-ons and stuff to it. So I don't know what it means for the engine itself and what he's done exactly. So make sure to go share the stream with your friends and with your cohorts and coworkers and all the other things. Could be that too. Could be running poor gas. He's got that. The front O2 sensor is way out of the exhaust stream. Like it's up and out, and there's the O2 where the exhaust is down here. So the kid manages to get the check engine light to stay off, but it runs like crap because it gets old information on the exhaust. Or buffered information, if you will. Because it circulates up there. I know what my coworkers and stuff would say. Too many mods, get it out of here. How do you have a twin turbo B16? Does it have one turbo for a pair of banks or something? Two exhaust. It seems like it would be inefficient with 2 turbos on a 4-cylinder. Unless it's a twin turbo in the sense that there's a low-speed turbo and a high-speed turbo. I'd have to see pictures. Twin turbo B16. Is there a possibility of a twin turbo on a B16? Stock budget turbo. World's first compound. I just got dual overhead cams as well. Put them in Discord under Car Talk. Why aren't you on Discord anymore? Seems a bit silly. So it seems like this doesn't have a tune, but it's got a bunch of tuner parts on it. Noah's in heaven. He's got a Nissan 370Z. I'm honestly kind of stumped as to where to go from here. I don't mess with tuned cars. Hardly ever. But the things that I can say from looking at it is I don't like how the O2 sensor, like the fuel trims, they go real. It goes very, very up and down. Like it's not a short little correction. It's like big sweeping corrections in the short term. The long term barely moves. Which it's supposed to barely move, but it barely even worse moves. It just sits at 1. And so I don't think it's correcting for the air coming in. And so I think it's stumbling or running lean when it's, especially when you come off of revving it or running fast. So if it does that, then, I mean, a map sensor, I guess we have to see what the map sensor's putting out. If it matches what it's supposed to be doing. And other than that, let's pull off that booster line, because that's what I went and got pliers for. And see if, or the brake boost line. I think that's probably the best place to tag in right now. If I can get it to come loose. Oh, that's because it's down here. Or just put it under Car Talk. Okay, so it's got a low speed and a high speed turbo. So, playing with semantics where it comes to twin turbo. Twins suggest 2 of the same size, or 2 of the same thing. Versus maybe like, I think they call it a compound turbo. Well, I'm trying to break my gauge before I even use it. All right, let's check out what this vacuum is gonna do. Hopefully it doesn't have a check valve in it. Yeah, the booster line's got a check valve in it. Because it just went to 26 and now it's sitting there. So that's not a good vacuum source. Boo. Boo. You're the same size, lol. Need a different vacuum source, different vacuum source. There's that. But I also don't want to take off something that's going to supply vacuum to something critical like that goes to that. I guess we're just going to have to like tee into something. Why is this engine gonna be turned around backwards, eh? Because this is coolant. What the hell is this? That seems nice. I love random wires that are cut and disconnected from things. Or, sorry, several wires that are cut and disconnected from things. That always makes me happy. Off to a good start. I want something to tap into, you bastard. Thing smells like it hasn't been run very much since they installed it. It smells very plasticky and new. Yeah, this is what we're gonna have to use. Because it comes off the manifold. Just remember, danger to manifold, danger to manifold. Because that's what cars say when they're going broke, or when they're braking. Right, Noah? It always says danger to manifold when it's about to break.
Yeah.
100%, man. Got too much nos in that thing, boy.
Might blow the floor pans out.
Yeah, that's what you blow out the floor pan. It's been I don't know if I've watched Fast and Furious since I started working on cars.
It's been a hot minute since I've seen it.
It's been a hot minute, yeah.
Didn't watch them do it, I know that. I heard it.
Oh God, no. Let's see if this one gets us a different vacuum source or a reasonable vacuum signal. Too big. Uh-oh, you're in trouble. Noah, what'd you do?
Stole something.
What did you do?
Stole a car.
You stole something. Oh my God. This is why we can't have nice things. And this is also why I can't have nice things, because I had this, is what I'm looking for. Yeah, you gotta watch your tools when that man's around. They'll can end up everywhere. Let's try this again. It's because you're biased. You've seen better Hondas. There we go. That's a vacuum source. Granted, I'm not sure what I unplugged, but we get reasonable vacuum. We're at 25, 22 inches of vacuum. It's not really bouncing or anything. It's holding pretty steady. It's bouncing a little bit, but nothing extreme. I'd consider that the, hell, it looks like it's bouncing less than it does on there. So when you rev it, granted, I don't know what this vacuum controller controls. This little solenoid goes down to this. It looks like it's possibly a fuel pressure regulator. Why, thank you. Almondos. Hey, Yaffy Jack. You can change your name on YouTube if you want to. There's a pinned comment in our Discord that tells you how to do it, and it doesn't affect everything else. It just changes your YouTube display name, so that way you can chat in here like you're a normal Twitch user. Damn, I'd say this thing is running significantly better now. Still got that, like, surging. It's switching between open loop drive and closed loop. Huh. Doesn't make a difference. I was just putting it back up to its, you know, piece it was attached to and figuring that was going to be causing this, but nope. What do you think it is, Noah?
You said it was tuned, right?
I don't know. What?
Tuned, it could be this.
Put an idle control valve on it? I don't know. Really? Well, it's got a whole different motor in it, it looks like. Oh, somebody stole it?
Sold it.
Oh, sold it. You think it's just the idle air control valve? IAT sensor is not moving. Idle air control command 17, IAT sensor.
Hey, as soon as this thing's had some kind of swap, we should have been out of it.
I mean, Ken didn't know that it had engine swap or anything like that. He just
Your job
thought it was
goes to who would look at it and go, hey, no, fuck it.
But I don't think it's been tuned. I think it's, because you look at that bung that's got the O2 sensor in too to keep check engine light off.
Right.
It's like 5 inches deep.
Yeah, well, yeah, what that does is that keeps it out of the exhaust flow.
Right, because then it sees it, but that'll lean it out or richen it up. Or just stabilize it in general.
Yeah, it should just stabilize.
This the idle, I don't know what the idle air is on
Start
this.
modifying this shit.
Oh, I know.
Looks like somebody's put one on. Has it got enough coolant in it? They'll need to have a little coolant too.
I hadn't checked the level, but it hadn't gotten hot. Like it's, the temp's staying normal.
See, you've got coolant running through here.
Yeah, and if it's low on
That
that,
affects that wax valve that's inside there.
yeah.
It's either that or it's got one hell of a vacuum leak somewhere.
I can't find a vacuum leak. I've been looking for a vacuum leak. Yeah. Certainly can't hear anything, that's for sure. This thing's got 370 or 304,000 miles on it.
Like I said, this looks like that old fucking Alex hand.
Granted, I don't know how many old red two-door Civics exist anymore. He's right about the coolant getting to the idle air control valve. Or the, yeah. This thing's gonna be nice and toasty. Oh, really? Let's bottle it. Why am I looking at here? Not live on Twitch. Yeah, I'm not currently live on Twitch. Why am I not live on Twitch? Because I'm moving to YouTube. That's why. Let's see how much water this thing's gonna take. So we got, what, a little bit less than a quarter. So that doesn't fall in the engine. Yep, read that this morning. There was a misfire and Alec Baldwin killed a lady or something like that. That is a mess of little bubbles. It's still a mess of little bubbles. Yeah, Yappy Jack. Nah, what do you call two witches that share a house? Broommates. That is funny. Well, that could be a thing. I think the map sensor's reading incorrectly. The map sensor currently says inches in HG is 7.3. I was checking my gauge because I was curious of what it measured in. And wouldn't you know it, it measures in inches in HG, and it was at 25 to whatever. I think it's either that or at that location it doesn't get perfect map pressures. Let's check on that map sensor connect, or where it goes in. Blubby blub blub blub. Need a screwdriver. And what I want to do is I want to poke the vacuum gauge into where the map sensor goes and make sure that it's not dirty, crusty, or restricted. Good Lord. That thing is in there super tight. That's what I was looking for. I don't know how I'm gonna get that out with as tight as it is. Because all it's gonna do is cam out. I'm trying not to strip it. Might have to let it cool some. Actually, we can cool it pretty quick. Where's my brake cleaner? At least cool the bolt. Maybe that'll help it break loose. Not getting anything good. That's the thickest screw driver I've got. You know, can I see your long screwdriver? Maybe it's got a better, this one. Maybe it's got a better tip than mine does. Can't get this damn map sensor out. All I'm doing is wallowing out the hole. It isn't good for anybody. Hey, Root Beer. Happy Friday. I mean, Sunday's 2 days away, and we can come up in here and yell about stuff. Where's my extractor set? It's way too big, isn't it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Got easy outs for the inside, don't have anything for the outside. Merry Friday. The hell did I put my vaporizer? Ah, in a weird spot. Somebody tightened that up way too tight. Hope they didn't glue it in there or something stupid. Why'd they have to make those screws out of such soft metal? Where's screwdrivers at?
What?
Screwdrivers.
What kind?
Just Phillips head.
In the second drawer down on the right side?
Okay. Let's see if yours are any better or worse than mine at trying to get this bolt out.
I got some other ones over here.
I'm trying to get the map sensor out because I was looking at the data and the map sensor says that it's getting 7.5 inches of mercury, and the actual number,
Short
if you
one or you want?
no, I need a long one. Get this, but the reading it off the vacuum gauge is at like 20. So if the map sensor is reading really low,
Good.
it's trying to do something to adjust it. It's just screwing it all up. Yeah, that's true. Typical. Nope. Nope. Like, the screw's just in there like ultra tight. It's just camming it out. I can't.
Now, look at that. Hold on.
Oh,
Is that? Can you not put a wrench on that one?
no.
No. There.
Oh, there. Yeah, I've tried my wrench version, and I'm just more worried about stripping the rest of the bolt out.
Okay.
More so that than. Woo. Trying to think of how else to get it out. Can't really grab it with vice grips down there. Maybe. I could try. Maybe some needle nose. It's on the top of the intake. Nope. And it's in plastic, so I can't use like the impact driver, because then I could just break the whole intake. If it was in metal, then I'd give the impact driver a shot. Maybe we'll give it a little shot. We'll just tap it really lightly. Not go crazy on it. Not the right kind. Too big. Just swallowing it out too. Fuck. I don't know. It's always a risk though, root beer. You don't know if it's gonna keep skyrocketing or if it's gonna tank. Well, that bolt's funked. Well, the only thing to do now is to cut a slot in it using a Dremel and then get it with a screwdriver. I can do that. Should be able to do that, hopefully. Use a small little cutting disc. No, 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 no. I can't get in there with this thing, it's too big. Damn it, let go. How do you do this? Oh, all I'm gonna really risk doing is cutting the damn valve there. And I broke my disc in half. Fantastic. All right, so that's not an option either. What a jerk. Safety shoes. What's the point of safety shoes? Hi, lady.
Hello.
Well, this is certainly a pisser. I'm trying to get out one damn screw. How hard is this? One damn screw they put on way too tight. About the only thing I'm gonna be able to do now is use an easy out. And hope that'll bite it. I don't even know if that's gonna work. I might have to drill it first. I can't get close enough to it with a Dremel. Because as you can see here, it is right there. Alright, that's not really metal. It's right here. And I could probably try and take this off, or I might run into the same damn problem of not being able to get those bolts to come out. And these are just, it's getting screwed. I guess all I can do is drill it and stick an easy out in there. I mean, it's so soft. Should be pretty easy to drill. Let's see. Probably use this bit. At least I'll have a nice centering. This bit bent? Problem is I can't get on it perfectly straight either. I just gotta get it enough that I can get the easy out in there. The easy out. That may work. This bolt is stupid. I'm having to drill it. Yeah. So I can get an easy out in it. Hopefully get that to break it loose. I've had good luck with these, honestly. I really can't complain about my easy outs. They're snap-on, so damn it, they better be easy. Nope, not yet. It won't. I tried using an impact driver on it even to get it to just break loose. Somebody who put it on there way too tight. Oh, I really hate it when this happens. Should be much, at least deeper. Let's go ahead and blow it out with some air. As I stated earlier today, though, this is probably going to be our main pain in the ass today. Because this thing here is a modified cur. Ain't turning it a bit. Although much further, I'm going to break off the head and then we can just pull it out. And we can try and get a stud remover or stud extractor on it. But somebody definitely went a little too crazy on it. Oh, well, we tried to vice grip it, can't get it on there. There's no room, it won't grab. Oh, Jesus. What about a bigger easy out? Or maybe a different easy out, actually, instead of this style. Let's go with this. This will fit down in there. That's going to be the real question. No, it's either too big and not getting in the hole, or it's just tearing it out. Let's try a slightly smaller one. Nope. It's not going to pull it, cut it either. What a pain in the ass. What an ass in the pain. It's in plastic though, Paul. That's the problem. I would love to chisel on it. And I don't know if I'll be able to chisel on it, but it's in this. Yeah, it's just too thin. That's what I thought. It's all fun and game till your easy out snaps off. I know. I've broken off a snap out. An easy out before, but I haven't broken off any of these yet. I mean, all it's doing right now is just eating up the guts. I mean, there's not a whole lot of bolt head left. Good God, man. It bit, and then it just shredded it out. But the problem is this. This is not very stable. Yep, just time to part out the car, man. This is dumb. All I wanted to do was check the map sensor, and now I'm drilling a bolt. Figures. Now that thing's deep enough, I might be able to use this. That'll be $3,000 after I spent 3 hours drilling out your damn bolt. This one's way too big, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Wrong size. This bolt valve is too soft. Yep. Every job is just one strip bolt away from being a 3-hour fucking debacle. I don't have any nut extractors that small. Hey Eric, you got a bolt extractor set? I have to try and grab it from the outside. I don't know how much of the bolt has left.
Let me see what you're working with.
That screw right there.
Okay, and you can't get a pair of needle nose vice grips on that.
Nope,
Especially if you take that valve out the damn way.
If I'm worried about trying to take that valve out the damn way with the experience I've had with that screw, because they're also screws. But needle nose, yeah, I can bite on the outside, but it'll just roll off.
What kind of extractor are you talking about?
I was thinking one from the outside.
You don't have enough room there without taking that valve off.
Maybe.
Dude, I don't have anything that small that will grab it from the outside. Everything that's like that's going to be like a stud extractor.
Yeah.
I mean, the valve should just be this Phillips head screw here and here.
Yeah. Well, that valve should just be that Phillips head screw right there. It wouldn't come out. You don't think I tried every possible Phillips head before
Probably
it?
not.
Okay. Well, there's one with Phillips head on those. Of course, you're gonna have an easy time with them because you're just somebody different. I'll get the other one. See, those are in metal.
Yeah, I know.
That one's in plastic.
Well, it should
it's
be
in a metal
should
sleeve.
Be brass. Yeah, it should be in a brass sleeve.
Right.
Yeah, screw those out and get that out of your way, and then we'll figure out what we can get on it.
Okay. None of this is making me happy. Yep, teamwork makes the dream work. All these little bastards had come out this easy. Yeah, those aren't small enough. Well, now that I went through all that effort, it broke loose. of those are bent anyway. Now we can try our easy out. See if maybe it bites enough to just pull it the rest of the way out. What a dick. Seems clear. Now we're going to check to see what kind of vacuum signal it gets there. What a dick. What? What? A sandwich? What option? What are you ordering from?
Jersey Mike's.
You were ordering from your phone? Yeah. Let me go look at my menu real quick and figure out what I want to eat. We getting Jersey Mike's. What are we getting? What are we getting from Jersey Mike's? I think it was the Italian is what I got. What do they have under hot subs? The original Italian. Figured he's ordering lunch today, since we're missing 2. It's a number 8, extra bacon. Antibiotic-free turkey, Swiss applewood smoked bacon, and mayo. You know what? We'll do number 8, the club sub. Just no pickles or cucumbers. Huh? It doesn't. I don't think it has them, but. The crunchy kind. Oh, this gives it. What? What do they have? I don't. Jalapeno? All right then. I'll take those and get whatever. Barbecue, I guess. All right, we're gonna stick a, finally, after way too long trying to get that stupid valve out so we could just check the stupid vacuum source from the stupid car to the stupid map sensor so we can tell if the map sensor is actually reading right at 7.5 inches of mercury, and we know if we tap into a different vacuum source we get about 20 inches of mercury. So ugh, what a stupid car. Stupid. Did I mention it was stupid? If you weren't paying attention, is it still stupid? He's ordering lunch. Mountain Dew. We're gonna make sure I have 100% caffeine and 100% less sperm count. Okay, vacuum signal. Get this. Don't worry, Eric, I got it.
How'd you get it out?
Once I got that valve off, I got a really big pair of vice grips that weren't needle nose and just grabbed the top of it and had to try it 3 times before it turned. That thing was on entirely too tight. Entirely. All right, we got our vacuum source. We can just jam that in the hole, and this will let us know what kind of vacuum we have. So let me put you guys back over here where you're safe, because as much as I love you and as much as I want to show you every possible tiny little thing, I also need to make sure that the rest of the rig doesn't get killed. This weekend, yeah. All right, no map sensor. It's probably going to go open loop, et cetera. But we want to find out what the vacuum signal it's reading is. Yeah, we got 20 inches of vacuum. So either that map sensor's reading wrong. Still sucking in more coolant though. I mean, with no map sensor in there, it runs great. Of course, you know, with no map sensor, it's not adjusting idle or anything like that. I wonder where this came from. .0816K11. Oh, there's a few. But yeah, it's getting 20 inches of mercury. So as you can clearly see here, it's getting good 20 inches. When we had the map sensor and then we were reading it off the scanner, it said 7. And it was the same measurement, inches of mercury, or inches HG, which inches of vacuum, I don't know, whatever. So I want to get a different map sensor. Who the hell is back? Oh, is that the engine? Is our engine being delivered? Well, there's a trailer trying to back up in our driveway. Good part is we can put a bolt in where this goes. Let me go up front and tell them I want a map sensor. How can I test this thing? Voltage, VOD. Why? Because he made it in here first try? No having to pull forward. He just...
He knew exactly what the fuck he was
He knew how to put it right in the hole.
Yeah.
I don't know, they probably don't let that pile of crap of an engine in there. Its emissions don't meet standards. Wait, I should be able to do this then, shouldn't I? I should be able to, if we plug this in to the map sensor connector and I attach the vacuum line over this nipple and pull a vacuum on it, I should be able to read it. And if I can compare it to what we get actually, then it'll tell us for sure if our map sensors poop the bed. So I can take this, put it over it like so, and then I can pull a vacuum on it, and it should read it on the scanner, which is key on. So we do that. Man, I'm so smart. Look at me. I'm just kidding, I'm a moron. Retry. Collecting data. Map sensor 29.2. Oh, it reads backwards. Why does it read backwards? .5 inches HG currently, unless it's just reading atmospheric pressure and then it's reading it until it goes down. That don't make no sense. Hold on, I gotta be a moron for a minute. Okay, so it's reading atmospheres, and 0 is a total vacuum. Okay, so it's because it's not reading it in the same way that, so it's reading correctly then, because if we pull 20 inches of mercury, or 20-inch vacuum on it, if you will, right about there, it reads this at 9.4, 7.9, which is like 21, 22. So, it means the map sensor's reading okay. Today we learned that I took out the map sensor for no reason. But this is still confusing. I guess it's inches in Hg vacuum instead of inches in mercury positive. Well, that sucks. Now I gotta go get me another bolt to screw that down with. Nope, no codes. It just it idles like shit, to be honest. And then when you rev it, it sometimes stumbles that way too. So I was checking idle control valve, trying to make sure it's got coolant to it. Pulled out the map sensor to make sure it was reading correctly. We just applied vacuum to the map sensor itself and we watched it. It's reading correctly. It's getting a good vacuum source.
Hey, coming this way right here, it's clear. Can't get another line of machine there. Right there, because what's got to happen is that one and that one's got to go back. All right. That's it. Appreciate it. All right, bro.
All right, so I still want them to get a new sensor, because what I would do in this instance is I would take a new sensor, pop it in there, not put it in there, but just plug it into it and then pull vacuum on it and see what it outputs. I'm concerned that if this is a different engine, because this is a JDM engine, if, I don't know, if that's just a different type of sensor, or maybe it's supposed to have a different type of sensor, I'm not sure. All I can tell you for now, for sure, is that it's odd. I don't know if any of you guys know, but what's happening, I can go write it down on my whiteboard in a second. Let me finish screwing this thing in, putting the old map sensor back in. I found a 5mm bolt to put it in its place. There. Now if we ever have to pull it off again, it'll come off because it's a bolt, not a screw. What a jerk. What a jerk. So let me go here to my handy dandy hand washing station, because my hands are dirty. But anyway, it's acting more like a barometric pressure sensor instead of a map sensor, because it's reading barometric pressure. Which I guess a barometric pressure sensor and a map sensor are similar, unless I have, but I know the ECU thinks that that is the map sensor, because when I unplugged it, it said map sensor open. Open circuit. So the ECU knows or thinks it's a map sensor, but it's not acting like one. And to show you what I'm talking about here, we'll use my whiteboard, because that'll make it easier for me to talk about. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it supposed to read that way or not? Because usually map sensors read vacuum, not necessarily. Hold on. So we got what? So hold on, let me make sure I'm getting this right, because at 20 it's at like 8. Nah, just make it 7. It's at like 7, and then at 0 it's at 29 point something. So when it's reading, it's doing this as it goes down, or it's probably just a straight shot. So it's just doing that when you're vacuuming it down on there, versus that's what the reading is doing, versus if the reading of the vacuum, when you pull a vacuum on it, if you have no vacuum, it'll say 0, and then it'll go up to say 20. I know you can't see it from back there, but so this is what the sensor's reading. This is what I think the sensor should be reading. It should be reporting to the ECU inches of mercury in a vacuum, not inches of mercury according to a barometric pressure sensor. I think. I don't know. I don't know what Honda's supposed to report from its map sensor. But it's not stating. I haven't looked. We can check in all data, see if maybe it does have a spec. That would be useful. Oh, wrong car. I'm gonna be looking it up for an Audi. Maybe we'll have a testing and inspection. Manifold pressure and vacuum sensor, component locations. Yep, map sensor's right where I said it is. It's got an intake air temperature sensor and a manifold absolute pressure sensor, which is right here, right here. See? Manifold absolute pressure sensor, pointing at that little one we had right there, that we spent way too much time in. So, that is the correct thing. Is there specs? Just inch pounds. What about description and operation? Map sensor converts manifold absolute pressure into an electrical signal in the ECM. Okay, useful. Doesn't tell me what they're supposed to be though. Yeah, it just tells me how to take it out and put it in. Component locations. So that's all. Like, this is my main concern, is I have a feeling that the map sensor should be outputting this to get it to run correctly, instead of this. But I'm not sure that that's wrong. It might be totally right. So I wanted David to see if he could find one nearby, if there was one, you know, at AutoZone or whatever. And if he could get a hold of it, I'm going to plug it into the connector, and then I'm going to apply vacuum to it and see what it outputs as a reading. I can't imagine how it would be wrong, but I have no good ideas at the moment. And something's definitely going weird with the air. And that's the first thing that I can tell you that just seems off. I like getting to use the whiteboard. It's fun. Clean off my eraser. So, let me go up there and see if he is still looking at that, or for that. No, there's no specs in all data. Try Identifix. It just says it converts vacuum into an electrical signal. It doesn't say what kind. Yeah. Wonder who's going to acquire our food before we all starve to death. I'm open to suggestions or thoughts. If you guys got any ideas. Oh, I need to find out if we're doing the air filter in this Audi. Then I'm gonna really mow the lawn. You're gonna have a damn runaway lawnmower. Ah! Make it stop! How fast were you going when you crashed? 50! I was going 50 on my lawnmower! Is that why you were splat against the wall? Yes! Brum, 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 brum. You're gonna suck up the dirt. You're just gonna start up your lawnmower and it's gonna be like 3 inches deeper. Damn, chat, you guys are far too good. Thank y'all for likes and stuff. And also, hello, Venom. You don't have any hot thoughts on that zero DOHC? I don't know, man. Hopefully in the next week or two we can hit up to, whoa. What went nuts? Look at that. Heretic, did you rename the tire one? Customer states something wrong with the tire? Because you hit it. You hit it on the head. Oh, I agree. I don't think there's a leak. If there is, maybe. But yeah, all we can really do is, I guess I could pull that map sensor back out, stick the smoker in there, and fill it up with smoke. I don't hear anything though. And there's not that many vacuum connections to the system. Oh, I'm gonna go find out about air filter real quick, if we're getting one. Right, we were gonna check it on Identifix too. See if maybe they had any thoughts about this. If anything, maybe it'll come up with a map sensor reading spec. That would be useful. Look, I'm like a little kid with a string and I'm just starting to pull on it because it bugs me. Verify the cam timing is correct. Check for jump timing or belt or worn keyway. Ooh, worn keyway is possible. Look for restricted intake or air filter or for restricted exhaust. I just looked up map sensor. Either drop the exhaust or move the O2 and see if the vacuum increases or may run any better. Unplug the fuel pump at all 4 injectors. Blah, blah, better vacuum. It's got good vacuum though. Low power, bogs out with low engine vacuum, replace map, no change. Map has been replaced elsewhere, low manifold vacuum. We don't have low manifold vacuum. I just want to make sure that the map sensor is reading the manifold vacuum correctly. Intermittently, the engine will stall after coming to a stop. If a quick If quick to catch the throttle, the engine will not stall. Has a new idle air controller, valve, and map sensor as well. Check for the most recent powertrain control module program as per TSB 02083. There is a reflash for the PCM to address this issue. 02083. Some people clean the throttle bodies though. That's something else we can give a shot to. We can just pull that stupid boot off. Load TSBs. Civic stalls intermittently after stop. Symptom, occasionally the vehicle stalls. Probable cause, ignition timing, and the idle air control valve response time may be insufficient when the engine idle speed falls below the PCM's learned idle speed values. Corrective action, use the HIM to update the software in the PCM. Don't happen to have that one. Doesn't give me any more information other than that. Load the February of 2004 or later interactive network CD into the terminal. Loading instructions are included on the CD mailing. Update the ECM PCM with the Honda interface module. For instructions, see service bulletin. Is there a map sensor readings? Maybe? Well, I don't know what it's outputting in there. No, it's outputting the sensor reading. It's outputting is on the. I'm reading it from the ECU on the scanner, and it's saying that it's at 8-ish inches of mercury when it's running, which is correct if your measurement is atmospheric pressure to an absolute vacuum, which I guess would be 30. But the sensor's reading it as 0 is full vacuum and normal atmospheric pressure is 29. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to work. That's the question. I can't imagine why. It should have thrown some sort of weird-ass code if it was getting some inverted map sensor reading, you'd think. Let's check this throttle and see what it looks like. Because like I said, when I was originally checking just the engine vacuum to see what it was like, I just hooked up to a different port, and you know, you got 20 inches of vacuum, everything seems fine, it's got good vacuum on it. But then when I looked at the scanner, it says it has 8 inches of vacuum idling. So that's why I had the question of, how is it supposed to read? What's kind of funny is, honestly, I don't work with too many map sensors, because Volkswagens tend to run airflow meters. They do have some maps, but typically they're not a problem, nor is engine vacuum a problem, so this is kind of a different experience for me, if you will. Which I like new and interesting things. I just like new and interesting things that have accurate information on them. Well, that's what I did. I didn't inject pressure into it, but I pulled a vacuum on the sensor itself. And so the more vacuum I pulled, the lower the sensor read. So it starts off at 29, you start pulling a vacuum. At 20 inches on the vacuum gauge, it reads 8 on the sensor. And again, I'm not sure. Don't know that that's wrong or it's right. I don't know. That's why I was suggesting that my coworker or my service writer pick me up a map sensor because I would love to compare it. Yeah. Super tight, yo. There we go. The throttle's pretty clean, man. I'll clean it out some more anyway, but it's pretty darn clean. It's certainly not like caked up or anything. Carb cleaner or brake cleaner? Carb cleaner or brake cleaner? Brake cleaner's probably fine. And a nice rag. And a screwdriver handle. Why you pop? No popping for you. Yes.
Let's see if this is a direct swap.
Who the hell knows?
Some kind of hot rod or something.
Oh, I mean, it's got aftermarket intake, and
Right, and I was wondering if the motor was the.
it seems like it's the right one.
If we ordered a JDM motor, we would just switch intakes and manifold and.
Right. It seems like it's the right.
Right.
It's still a 1.7.
Okay, good.
I'm just curious, with the same question a lot of people in chat have, is why didn't you take it back to whoever put the motor in?
Maybe you bought it that way.
It's got a decent amount of crust around it, but it won't come off with brake clean. I think I'm going to take some really worn out emery cloth and see if I can't use that to get that to loosen up. Here we go. Practically smooth. I mean, it seals up nice and tight when it shuts. I mean, all I could go with at this point is idle air control valve, but it looks like somebody's already put one on there too. Yeah, this is a little bit better for getting that stuff off. Not good either. Just wipe off any dust that might have made. I have no idea if we're getting coolant to that though. I mean, the coolant level is pretty. Whoops. Hi, Alan. Yeah, it's mo tight. Mo tight. That's everything, right? Yep, yep. Plugged. That did better. Perfect, fixed. It's holding a nice 1800 though. It's closed loop. See, so it says map sensor reading NHG, and it's reading it at 10 when it should be at, 20 negative, but again, it's reading it backwards. So if I rev it, what the hell happened there? That does near stall. That's just me slowly opening the throttle. Well, if I unplug it, it runs fine. The map sensor. This is readings we got, though. What happens if I just pop it? That's fun. Now what the dickens, Mr. Pickens? Oh, we gotta check engine light this time. It's a little scary because of that rattle.
Honestly, yeah.
This time it said map sensor voltage circuit high.
Not a good sounding noise.
I didn't unplug it. Short-term fuel trim, throttle position sensor. Let me check my throttle position sensor real quick too. Make sure it's reading. Maybe I'm on the right track with the map sensor, but I haven't Quit being a dick. God, that's scary. Where is throttle position sensor 9? 11, 9, yeah, it's reading. Hopefully, retry. I want to watch that throttle position sensor read all the way. It maxes out at 92. And then when it closes, it's at 9, so I guess that's okay. But this time we got info about the map sensor being, ah, crap. We got a map sensor code this time for high voltage, and I didn't unplug it because it said high voltage, right? Yep, map sensor circuit high voltage. I think I am right. I got dirty. Where did I get dirty from? All right, well, that's really interesting. We'll see if he gets any word from our sponsor, aka the Parts House. Not literally our sponsor. Our Parts House, not a sponsor. Came from Napper. Came from Jelly Bean Sandwiches RS. I'd be so happy if this TPMS or map sensor fixes it. Hey, make it. Oh, let me go see what's the status on that map sensor. Yes, they're blinking over there. All right, my map sensor's coming from O'Reilly's. Our food should be getting here in 10 minutes. So, what do you want to talk about for the few minutes while we're sitting here? We're going to talk about how Noah's wearing Vans that are red now. Did you get those lately?
I've got so many pairs of Vans.
Got so many pairs of Vans?
Yeah, there's like 8 pairs.
So you're like a shoe connoisseur?
Not even. I've just like stacked up pairs over the years.
What size are they?
I think these are 10 and a half, maybe 10.
Cool. So that way when you're done with them, I'll take them.
I used to have more.
But the problem is, you know, us guys only get rid of shoes when they're literally on death's door.
Yeah, and I beat the shit out of mine most of the time.
That's why you can't find used shoes for guys. I mean, yeah, you can find them used, but they're holey and they're falling apart and their strings probably are torn out, and you might as well walk barefoot. It'd be better.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
But the ladies, oh, I don't like these shoes anymore. And they just want to throw them out.
They wear them twice.
Yep, they've worn them 3 times. Friday's doing well. I have an air filter coming for the Audi, and I got a map sensor coming for this. I was just noticing that Noah was wearing Vans as well. But his doesn't have the Van wave.
No, they're not old schools. Just the classics.
I have Skechers over there. They're under my toolbox. Probably got about 30 spiders living in them right now. I'm gonna put my foot in there and they're all gonna get upset. Assuming they can survive in that environment. I mean, it was my stinky feet in there.
Hey, it's their home.
It's their home, man. They love it.
Those are the shop spiders. They keep the bugs away. Except they didn't do shit for the mosquitoes.
Yeah.
They were scared of them.
I mean, we have an orb weaver that lives in my carport, and he's very polite. He comes out about 10 o'clock at night, builds his big ass web, and catches bugs all night, and then by 8 o'clock in the morning, he's gone. He doesn't, there's no web, no nothing.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope. I'm like, keep going, bud.
Yeah. Take care of them. Big fat
Can I get you anything?
gotta name them.
I don't know what we named him. But there was a water bug or a cockroach, whatever you want to call them. Palmetto bugs about that big. It got squished in a door jamb. Like you open the door, you know, the part where the hinge part closes right there. It got squished flat in there. He's named Crunch. He's still there because I just don't feel like scraping him off.
The worst thing I found in a door jam was a black widow. That shit's scary. It was a nest of them. It was like 3 of them. That's like,
So you just like burn it down.
yeah.
Burn the whole house down.
And I didn't realize it until after I had hopped in and out of the car a couple times. And I was like, oh.
I was close to dying.
Yeah, I was like, I'm glad.
Although I don't know if black widows will kill you immediately. It takes a while.
I don't know if they'll kill you, but I know they can kill you.
I know they can't. I think you got to be like allergic to them or something.
But I think if you get to a hospital within a decent amount of time, you should be alright. As long as you get some antibiotics.
Black widow spider bites rarely kill people, but it's important to get medical attention as soon as you can because it may make you very sick. With an adult's help, wash it with soap and water. It affects your nervous system. Some people might have a slight effect. Other people may have a severe response. So it sounds like it could put you in anaphylaxis if you have a reaction to it. Sort of like a lot of other things that go into our body. It doesn't matter what it is. It could cause you to go into some sort of strange reaction for no apparent reason. Interesting. Well, if you get bit by a black widow and you're anaphylactic, and you have a reaction to it, you could just suffocate. Damn it, food, get here. I'm hungry. This is why I don't typically do the shop-bought food. Are you getting the jerseys, or are you eating your lunch? I brought lunch too, but if I can take it back home and eat it at home, then I'll do that. I'll have it for breakfast tomorrow. Well, that's why you just got to leave it in the fridge, and then when Ken buys lunch like today, then you just leave it for tomorrow.
I mean, it was free, so.
Well, either way, you're eating free. But one way, you're eating free on a nice meal. There's our second new engine. Hopefully this is better than the first. We're gonna find out the whole thing happens because Jason picks it up wrong using the crane or something. Puts stress on the head bolts and causes the head gasket to leak. I don't know.
That would be pretty shitty. Then we need a third one if you did. That's not what we want.
Can't imagine how that'd be the case. I would be curious to pull the valve cover off of one of this, double check the valve lash, and then.
He didn't send this one time.
There's no time belt on it? Oh, there's not. So that means he probably hadn't run it on his little dyno bench.
I don't think he runs any of them.
You don't think he runs any of them? Think he just says that?
I think he spins it over with air.
Right. That's what I mean. On his little dyno bench.
Air doesn't tell you anything.
It doesn't?
It is turnover, that's all it tell you.
Well, he says he looks for leak down and compression, and
How'd that work out for him?
how'd that work out for him? Not too good. Not too good. I feel like we should take that old engine, hook up the air gun to it, and spin it over and check for compression on it. It'd be like moving it with a starter, just with an air gun. Yo, GK. But yeah, our second Subaru motor has gotten here. Because the first one crapped the bed. It got all gross. It got all gross. Man, oh man. What is taking off in the analytics right now? Oh yeah, there it is. It just hadn't translated over. Customer says something wrong with the tire has suddenly gotten a whole lot of views. That boy ain't right there, I'll tell you what. So do any of you guys happen to work on Hondas and know specifically what the ECU should be reading where it comes to barometric or manifold absolute pressure, the sensor? Because I'm worried that it's reading it inverted, and so it's reading it inverted. It's enough that it can run, but not run well, and especially have all these issues. Because as I stated before, if you have 20 inches of vacuum or 20 inches of mercury, the ECU says that it's reading 8 inches of mercury. But I don't know if it's supposed to be reading 20 or... You're a VOD IPA, shush. Also make sure you hit the live button to make sure you're all the way up to date. This will be a VOD. Yep. In the past 60 minutes, we've had 483 views on that. Customer states the tire is bad. Or something's wrong with the tire. I don't even think they said that. I think they just said it's customer states a vibration when running or when driving. Uh-oh. Stop!
Whoa.
Caught the
Come forward.
Caught the jack.
Caught on the jack. I got on the rack. I have not eaten anything since I got on.
You sure? Push that arm in. I was thinking the front one. Is it all? Pull forward a little bit more too. Just pull on the plates. I'm gonna crawl under there and make sure that I can let it all the way down. Looks like your front tires could be a little more pumped up. No, it's all the way down. All right, hold on, let me just pull off the pads. All right, go ahead. Give it a shot.
Clear.
Hopefully. We'll let you know if you don't. Oh, keep going. Hey, look at that. I mean, you drug the bottom end on the top of that jack the whole time, but it cleared it. Yeah, the under tray's torn up too, which doesn't help. Sometimes when we're coming off the alignment rack, especially BMWs, they tend to be really low, and they hook the jacks that we use to pick up the car on the alignment rack, and so that's what we were watching. Very common problem. We just deal with it, and it works. But it's not a barometric pressure sensor. It's a map sensor, is what I'm checking. I know it's the one I pulled out of the intake. But the map sensor's reading like a barometric pressure sensor. So I don't know if maybe somebody stuck the wrong, but it looks like a map sensor. It looks like the picture of what the map sensor should look like. That's what I'm wondering, honestly. And I got 17 views in a minute. That's awesome. Damn. So, Rusty, what was happening is, this is why I even started looking into the map sensor and then turned it into a half hour of drilling out a bolt and then taking off other parts. And anyway, it was, you know, the normal, any 1 second could turn into 3 hours of frustration with a stripped bolt. So, if you have the car idling, the map sensor reads 8 inches of mercury. It reads 8 inches of mercury, okay? But that is with the engine having actually 20 inches of mercury vacuum. But it's inverted on the map sensor. So the less vacuum, the higher the map sensor reads. It reads, which might be why, that's the only thing I can think of at the moment that would be so weird. I can't understand why it would invert the reading unless it's expecting that. So when the engine's idling, the map sensor's reading 8 inches of mercury. The vacuum gauge is reading 20, which is what it should be. I mean, 20 inches of vacuum is fine. It's perfectly normal, 18 to 20. And then if you rev it, the inches of mercury according to the map sensor goes to 20. Because you popped open the throttle, it's reading it like a barometric pressure sensor, so its absolute zero, or its total inches of mercury, would be 0 if it was at a full 30 inches of vacuum. Well, then why would it be called a map sensor? I don't think this even has a barometric pressure sensor in it. The manifold absolute pressure sensor converts manifold absolute pressure into electrical signals to the ECM and PCM. That's the component description. It doesn't say that it's a manifold and barometric pressure sensor. It says it's a manifold pressure vacuum sensor. Component locations. Does this even have a baro? No, it doesn't. This doesn't have a barometric pressure sensor, according to the stuff here. According to this. Yo! Thank God I won't starve to death. We got an intake air temperature sensor. We got a throttle position sensor. He just drove away. Map sensor, which is the one that we took off. Cam position sensor. Top dead center sensor. Crankshaft position sensor. Engine coolant temp. Electrical load detector. This has a load detector on it? Oh, interesting. So thus, the curious. Super curious. I don't know, but food's here, so you know what that means. I want to eat because, you know, I like to eat food, especially when my stomach says, hey, you're hungry. I say, you know what, stomach? I'm listening to you. I'm going to go find something to eat. And that's when you find out that that's the majority of existing as a human. Being hungry and keeping yourself from being too bored and preparing for the next time you're hungry. And then, of course, having a safe place to sleep. And the rest of it's gravy. Let me go grab my food. Mountain Dew. Good for me and good for you. Right. Do, the do, the do. then it should be reading vacuum. So could it be broke that it's reading only barometric pressure? This is where it's getting confusing. It seems it's used for both. Which means it might be reading correctly. But as I stated, I have no good so we ordered another one, and I'm just gonna plug it in, pull vacuum on it, and see what it does. If it reads the same, then that's not, then either two of them are weird as hell, or something else is going on that I haven't yet identified. Any pickles? Nope. Could very well be. Yeah, man, that clip's rocking the world right now. Good, good. Hopefully it does. And hopefully that brings more people in here. That'd be lovely. More friends. Yeah, it's funny. You just annihilated the rest of my stats. It's on track to be one of my most viral videos. Oh crap, that's why. That was confusing IPA. I had the title as VOD, sorry. I don't know why it was like that. Everybody confused. I don't know, maybe we'll get a tuner here, in here or two. Italian beef sandwiches. Noah's being a weird creeper standing behind me this whole time. Such weird, much creeper. All right, then, Chad, here's a question. What happens if that video does go viral? What do I do to help maximize its potential? It's just a stupid video that's like, eh. But that's the problem with videos, is like, you never know which one's going to take the cake and go nuts. Like my crank seal one. I'm going to put on a new idle air control motor. Maybe. Can't do it, it's a short. It's the TikTok one, if you will. We got 12 minutes left and it's already my highest viewed piece of content in the past hour. Yeah. This is what's gone nuts. This is all the views prior to that, like 6, 4, 2. This is that one video, and then 11 o'clock, 326, and now we're at 536, and we're not even done with the hour yet. I don't know if it was a proper name change or something to that, but it decided it was just going to be like, everybody's going to see it now. It was a video I put up yesterday. Hopefully. If that got picked up by the algorithm, then hopefully other videos start getting picked up. Yeah, it's on YouTube. YouTube's got little shorts. They're like phone shorts. It's like TikTok. Except it's on YouTube. What we're doing tonight. Baseball practice went well yesterday. At least I found a couple kids that can hopefully pitch. Yeah, if you hadn't seen it. Super exciting right now, I know. If y'all have any questions, feel free to ask, of course. Car questions, not car questions. Would have made it in if there wasn't a box there. Awesome. Now it's time to get into a very interesting discussion about something. So that whole lady got ended. That's terrible. Baseball's fine. We didn't win a game last night. It was just practice. We have a game Saturday. Kid is due December 31st. Any tips on driving my wife an hour and a half to the hospital to give birth? I mean, they don't have any midwives around there that you can just stay home. I mean, look into midwives, midwifery. They can deliver your baby right where you at. And you can stay comfortably in your own home. That's an option. I don't know if that's considered medical information, but midwives do exist. I don't know what the laws are like in Canada on midwives. Maybe see if there's a birth center around there or something like that. So, other than that, plastic wrap, or, you know, get plastic to cover the passenger seat with, so that way while she's leaking everywhere, it's not getting all over your seats. I remember when one of my wife's water broke with our first one. She stood up from the chair and gushed out the water, and I was like, go stand in the bathtub! Quick while I grab all the stuff! I was like, just so you're not leaking all over the floor and the carpet. And then we went down to the hospital. Don't panic. It can be some amount of time before, you know, she's actually trying to push out the baby. But then again, I've had 0 babies. Compared to my wife, who's had 3. 2-foot, we should chat on Discord at some point. I guess in the soon. I can brain dump you all of the childhood, or all the, you know, children knowledge I have about what it's like with the birthy stuff. They're pretty memorable. Oddly enough, I don't remember a ton about my second son's birth. Third son, very much so, because it was at a completely different place. First son, obviously, it was the first one. It was crazy sauce. The second son was born at 35 weeks, though. He was really early. And he was the biggest. Well, no, he wasn't the biggest total weight, but when he was born 35 weeks, which is considered premature, he was 6 pounds. Which it's usually like 5.5 to like 10 pounds is considered normal birth weight. Somewhere around there. I don't know. And my oldest son, or my youngest son, was 9 pounds when he was born. Oldest son, I think, was, I want to say he was like 6.5 pounds. He was 7.5. I don't remember. But yeah, he was a month early, and they rushed him off to the NICU to, you know, recover or make sure he was okay. And then, so about 10 minutes after he was born, I left the wife to let her sit there recovering, and I went to go find out how he was doing in the other room. And so then I sat with him until they were like, it's been like an hour, everything's fine, we can go. Like, thanks. But he came out with a little full head of dark hair. Not much, obviously. It's not like he had a big shaggy mane, but he had a little bit of hair. Oh, it will be. And they'll grow up faster than you could possibly imagine. But when you just have them, they will grow up slower than you could possibly imagine. I saw Alec Baldwin had a bit of a mishap at his thing. That's about the only thing that's going on in the news right now, I believe. Why are Autobots in Smite? Uh-huh. You see that, Toffee? The news is pretty depressing. I like to avoid it when I can. We'll probably go and do a campfire out in the backyard tonight. Burn up some more junk wood. Cook some more hot dogs. Marshmallows. Although I think we have to get more marshmallows. Kids killed an entire pack. But that's what happens when you have 2 teenagers and a 10-year-old. Marshmallows, ooh. But they're at that age now that it's much more entertaining to be out there with them at the campfire, as opposed to when they're a lot younger. Usually it's like, back up, no, don't throw that in there, no, don't throw that in there, back up, you're gonna fall into it, stop, you know. You're just doing that the whole time. But when they're older and they build a fire, then I just get to sit down there and bask in the warmth. All this weekend we are going to be working on the yard and the carport and stuff. I got to fix the chicken coop. One of the doors rotted off. 'Tis a shame. So I figure I'll just seal it up with a piece of plywood. What's hilarious was we were looking for one of the chickens because one of the chickens was missing, and it was our favorite chicken, Buffy. She's our little white silky, and we were looking for her. We were hoping she didn't disappear like the other ones have, and so I was walking. I was like, well, maybe I'll check the coop, see if she's broody in there. Yeah, she's just sitting in the coop all broody. The wife didn't walk around the back of the coop to see that the back door was gone, and so she's like, well, it did a lot of good when I locked the chickens in there while they were cutting the trees, eh? I was like, apparently it did, because she got the power company came through day before yesterday or something, and yeah, I would find that weasel and shoot it if I could. And so they were coming and cutting all the trees back from the power lines and stuff. But they needed to get in our backyard, so my wife was like, well, I'll put the chickens away so that way they don't get in your way. Although chickens aren't going to get in your way as soon as you start up that chainsaw and it starts making all that noise. They're going to be like, bark, 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 running away and hiding under everything. You ever try to catch chickens? It's interesting. I don't know. Maybe we'll make some videos about the backyard and chickens and stuff. This winter, I'm going to be working on the backyard very heavily, trying to, one, make it to where when summertime comes along, it doesn't turn into a god-awful mess, because the vines just take over everything. And I want to basically turn it into a giant farm. Well, a giant. It's not very big. It's my backyard, but a small farm. Have our chickens. I want to try and take what's left of our pool and make a little pond out of it in the further part of the backyard, so that way we can maybe grow some fish. Uh-oh. Why are people saying Alec for prison? They think he did it on purpose? Oof, that tweet didn't age well. Alec Baldwin tweeted in 2017, September 22nd, I wonder how it must feel to wrongfully kill someone. Ooh, not a good statement there, bud. Oh, that's not looking good. That hurts. Not kudzu. If it was kudzu, that would at least be not irritating. I don't know, it might be kudzu, but I don't think it is. It's just very stringy, thorny vines. I don't know, it might be poison ivy, but I'm apparently not allergic to poison ivy. I say, hey man, nice shot. Good shot, man. That's what I say, hey man, nice shot. Man. Wonders how it's going to feel to have to eat those words. I mean, how does it feel to imagine being the the family of the accidental victim of that, who has now perished, and then seeing that Alec Baldwin tweeted something like that 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Math is hard. How'd he get shot with a prop gun? Same way Brandon Lee died. Hey, American Patriot, are you aware that Google Fi is available now? What is Google Fi? Well, that was 761 views in 60 minutes. Wonder if it's going to top that. Well, it's not good. I mean, you guys know that Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, who was in The Crow, was killed by a prop gun as well. It had live rounds in it, not blanks. Something, stuff and things. Unless that's an urban myth and I've been totally misinformed this entire time. Just remember, boys, if you watch the news, you're misinformed. If you don't watch the news, you're uninformed. So what do? Stupid mosquitoes. Yep. Actor Brandon Lee was killed by a prop firearm in the set of The Crow filming in Wilmington. Bruce Lee was also fatally shot. No, we don't have any idea what happened with this. Oh, okay. The blanks were the wrong blanks. The first shot wedged the casing into the barrel. Then the next shot shot the casing out like a bullet. They didn't have any bullets in it. So it was literally a misfire. Are you talking about the Brandon Lee one or the... We'll find out, I'm sure. It's such a high-profile person in a high-profile situation that, geez, hopefully we'll find out literally everything dissected. They'll make a movie out of it, I'm sure. All right, calm down. We're just talk about what's in the news today. Why is Columbo trending? Oh. An episode of Columbo that's like this. The whole thing sucks. Who's a what's? I don't know.
Mrs.
That's the 2011 TT that comes in here.
Oh, she's got one of those too.
No, it's not that. He's so blue. That's what I was wondering. You were talking about Brandon Lee with the blanks. Well, Dave, you have unintended consequences there, eh? Hmm. Funware stocks surge over 800% early Friday as Trump's SPAC heads for a 1,200% weekly gain. Interesting. Wonder if Jason's all up on that. Jesus. Here's some of the headlines. A California teacher has been placed on leave after wearing a faux Native American headdress and dancing during math class. In Telegraph World News, Mythbusters. Why the U.S. faces catastrophic defeat in a hypersonic Third World War. That's not scary sounding. How can a prop gun like the one used by Alec Baldwin prove to be lethal? The Times. Why is Walmart trending? Somebody stealing stuff from Walmart by just running out the door. Whatever happened to the people at Walmart website? Is that still around? Can't imagine they would have given up on that. Ah, pig. Well, I mean, this is all going to be speculation until we hear the actual report of what happened. Oh, my barrel pressure sensor, or my map sensor here yet. Oh. They bought the prop gun at Walmart. Well, yeah, that's the rule number one of any weapon. Bow, arrow, BB gun, regular gun, anything like that. You never point it at anybody unless you're intending to shoot them. I mean, you'd think there would be video because they were filming. They were probably filming it. As a tiny production, big productions have weapons masters to avoid that crap. I guess that's one of the questions. I don't know if I'd want to do that job though. Be a weapons master. These are labeled blanks, right? You see that too? Yeah, blank, blank, blank. No lead in the dead. No lead. Yeah. Let's fire a few and make sure. Here, stand in front of me. Oh, I agree. I agree, Apex. And that might be what comes out of this. I mean, if you wanted to make a hot take, I would say of all the people that clamor for, what's the word? A responsible gun owning type people, or hopefully you just don't need one because, you know, they're too dangerous, but they can work on them on the movie set, and I mean, shouldn't they be the ones that know what to do with it? They already changed Alex Baldwin's wiki page to say murderer? Damn. That's harsh. Why are people so mad at him? Has he done something lately? Yeah. This is a shame Brandon Lee got killed during that. Also, I have no urge to watch the Squid Game. My kids watched it. My oldest son and my youngest son watched it together, and they were like, I was like, should I watch it? And they're like, no. Sounds like if Mr. Alec was super anti-Second Amendment, he should have been maybe a little more pro-Second Amendment, and might not have happened because he'd know what he's doing. I don't know. The whole thing's terrible. The whole thing is terrible. Just like anybody who has an accident with a firearm or any type of a steak knife, a lawnmower. It's terrible. I don't know, man. Like, I'm sure that's a headline somewhere, late Apex. Whether it's Alex's fault or not is a different story, but whether he could be held responsible might be more interesting in the legal sense, because if, I mean, at what point does the buck stop with you for that? You're going to start getting into things like, well, I mean, it's a prop gun, but compare it to the prop gun with blanks versus the prop gun with lives. Like, you can tell, I don't know. Early reports say he was waving the gun at staff members and pretending to shoot them. That's another way that he gets in big trouble, is if he was like just wildly, what's the word? Being very irresponsible with the firearm, whether it's loaded or not. That doesn't look good. You know? It doesn't look good. Hey, Heretic, did you change the name of that clip? Because if you did, then, like, you fucking killed it, bud. You killed it. If you haven't looked at the stats in the past hour, go look. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Apex is like, and how much, theoretically, after you shot one round, you should be like, something ain't right with this. Yeah, we'll find out. We're all just speculating right now. We have no knowledge or no inside information about anything regarding any of this, so. We just know that Mr. Alec pulled the trigger and somebody ended up dead. At a movie set. And that's not generally good. I think I ate too much. This thing should definitely be full of fluid by now. I didn't say stop speculating. I just said that's all we're doing is speculating. Let's see, who's got some speculation? One hour, 24 minutes to go. Alec Baldwin makes first statement in New Mexico shooting.
Talk to us around the issues with prop.
Whoa. That was loud. They're trying to figure out how it discharged live rounds. This type of incident has happened before on a set. While filming the movie The Crow in 1993, actor Brandon Lee, the son of Bruce Lee, was killed when struck by a bullet from a gun that was supposed to have blanks, but had a bullet lodged in the barrel. Even blanks can be deadly if fired at very close range. In 1984, actor John Eric Hexum was playing around with a gun on the set of Cover Up Golden Opportunity and died after putting the gun to his head and pulling the trigger. Oh yeah, I mean, it's still got to exhaust the gases. Terrible, terrible. I like Eddie Hall. I like, crap, suddenly I forgot Alan Thrall a little more. Let me go see if my freaking map sensor's here. Because I really want to test that. After I beat. Oh, Eric, come and steal the scanner. Nope. Good. All right, so we got another sensor. We're gonna hook this up to our vacuum gauge so we can test it and see what it does, to see what it says. All right, so we'll steal this plug it on this. Then we turn the key on. And then we take it off of the lunch break screen. We go to data. 6, not 5, or 7. All right, where is it? Map sensor in HD, yeah, 29, 21, 10. Yep, it reads the same. So it must just be reading it backwards. So that's the thing to note. Which is that it reads the same. So I can't see anything particularly being wrong with that map sensor unless it's reading erratic. Or unless they're both terrible. He's a mediocre actor. He just shows up sometimes and yells at people. .4 inches. Let's see what the map sensor reads when we pop the throttle, not the AC clutch. It drops to a really high vacuum. when you rev it and shut it, obviously it's slowing the engine down. It's still sucking in extra. Oh, we're losing vacuum like crazy right now. What are we losing? We're losing something. You can see the vacuum pressure as it's doing that. What controls the spark advance? Also need to make sure I cleared out that code. Stop it. That rattling is just the exhaust hitting the body because of this beautiful custom exhaust. Man, it's a damn beautiful day outside. I feel that nice cool breeze coming in here. It's like 72 and breezy. What more do you want in life? Come on. Do you have something hooked up backwards vacuum line wise? We got it doing dumb stuff right now, so let's try this actually. God, I hate that noise. Oh, we were using the other gauge. That was what it was. Where'd I put my other gauge? Other vacuum gauge, where did I set you? Where did I place you? You were so beautiful and so lovely. The hell? Where did I put it? No, I didn't stick it under there. Nope. I put my vacuum gauge somewhere. Where did I put it? All right, I managed to lose my vacuum gauge. Noah stole it, I'm sure. That? How did it get over there? I must have put it there. It's your, see, Noah stole it, I was right.
Why? I heard vacuum gauge.
That.
There's some noise on my box earlier. So
That.
wait a minute.
Yep, you stole it.
That might be it.
That might be it. Noah stole it.
I think so.
This thing's gonna be hard to get off when it's under full vacuum. So there's a couple things I'm thinking right now. I'm wondering if there's something, an internal vacuum leak, if you will. Like, is there a evap purge valve, which I believe is this. If we take out that system, will that give us less stumbling? But it, because the O2 sensor can't read the exhaust to speak of to correct it properly, well, that might be our issue right there. Maybe. Because this goes back to the tank. I'm pretty sure this is your evap purge valve. This, okay, to show you what I got here. This is full vacuum on the system. This, I forgot what that was. Let's look. That is the intake air temperature sensor? No. Well, maybe on a previous engine. It's only 2 wires, but that line goes to, let me look for the purge valve. Canister purge control valve. canister purge control valve. I think I might have just found it, kind of on accident. I can't fix that part. I mean, that might be something else. But it at least doesn't stall. We also, our map sensor voltage is back to what it was. Map sensor in it, 10 inches of mercury, which 23 and a half, 22 and a half, 23. 23. It's kind of fluctuating a little bit. But yeah, I think an evap purge valve that doesn't hold sounds pretty bad, unless he could have got it on backwards. I need to check that valve, because that shouldn't be leaking like that. Learning important things. That little rabbit chewing on a leaf almost let you pet it. And it's like, oh, he's one of those people that goes on the internet all day and trades cryptos. We can't be associated with him. Be associated. Come on, boys, we associated. Hey, Noah, you can change the oil in the A6 that's up front if you want to. So that way I can keep trying to dick with this thing. I think it's just an oil change, just service. Yes, I love pawning off my crappy work to Noah. If that isn't the best people to keep him around. It's either leaking this way. It's not leaking. It's being told to open. Why is it being told to open? So I was just checking the valve to make sure that it's, whoops, not being told to open. Because before, when I was pulling a vacuum on it, it didn't matter. It didn't seem to matter when. If I pulled a vacuum on it, it would stutter, 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 stutter. All right, I disconnected it from the purge line here. Also, don't forget, you guys can become members. Don't forget to drop your likes or thumbs ups, subscribe to the channel, things like that. Tell your friends. Share the stream, even. With nice things. All right, so I'm gonna start this up, and hopefully this should keep holding a vacuum. Or the solenoid will open, and that'll start to fluctuate. Because it's expecting to pull in a vacuum source. And I gotta make sure that other hose is out of the way of the belt. And yes, it is. This is out of the way. Not leaking. Did I fix it? Did I break it? Is its ground provided by the body? Stumbling some, but we still got pretty good vacuum. Although we seem to be avoiding that death throw of a aha. Huh. Why won't this pull a vacuum now? If I disconnect the power, it will. And if I plug it back in, it's purging again. What did I just do to make it purge again? Oh, I let the vacuum off of it. Nope. As soon as you hit that purge valve opens. But we're not having the stumbling issue. I think it's pulling in too much air or fuel, and it's turning on that purge valve too soon. Because look now, I had it closed, but now it won't pull a vacuum on that purge valve. Even if unless I disconnect it. Oh, I hear it ticking. Yep, it's currently being activated. So I guarantee you if we pull that off, so it's currently being activated. Does this have a purge valve data on there, like duty cycle? Evap bypass solenoid. Evap duty cycle, 25%. And so now, I hear it clicking. We pull this off. And we put our vacuum source back on there. There's our extra fuel. I hear there it idles a little better. When does it turn off its duty cycle? 18% duty cycle. Seems to have leveled off. So yeah, it's just making it run, but is that causing it to stall out? My thought would be I wonder if they've ever had this thing running okay, or if it's been just terrible since they first put it in. And they're like, I just can't get it to run right. Oh, there's IPA. Oh, excuse me. It's swapping between open and closed loop. The fuel injector timing loses itself. The evap duty cycle shuts on and off. Alternator percent's going wild. Electronic load is going crazy. Map sensors are reading weird numbers, 0.82, 0.92. Short-term fuel trim's trying to adapt for that. Spark Advance is also trying to adapt for that. If I pull off this vacuum line and plug it with my thumb, is it going to stop this revving crap? Nope. So not the evap. Where's some carb cleaner? Could the fuel pressure? No. What? I mean, we've kind of ruled out the purge valve as being a vacuum leak, which it is, but it's doing it on purpose. Idle air control motor? Nope. Not leaking externally. Ooh, that smell. Does this fuel system have a return? Or is this a deadheaded pressure style system? Looks deadheaded. don't think there's a return. Maybe? Oh, you turn on the AC, it makes a difference. That stopped the revving right there. And we got heat in here. That's it, fixed it, leave the AC on. It brings the idle up higher. You start tapping shit with a plastic hammer, fool. I already tapped the idle air control. So with the AC on, it stopped the revving thing. Let's turn it back off. Oops. All right. Idle air control is working because if I turn on the AC, it idles it up so that way it can handle the load. Idle air commands 18 to 20. Let's turn it on. Turn on the AC, see what it says the idle air is supposed to be at. Turn the AC on 25%, 19, 20, 19, 20, oh, 20. 17, 16. This is what the short-term fuel trim is doing during that time period. Boom, 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 boom. So it's trying to adjust it. I can't imagine there's this. Oh, you mean talking about a... that is possible. We have a throttle body adjustment. Now it's doing, oh, it's doing it until the AC comes on. Hey, AC works, can't complain about that. Throttle position sensor seems to be reading fine. I haven't had any issues with it. Hasn't thrown any codes about it either. There is no map, it's got a map sensor. It's got an intake air temperature sensor, but that's it. And we've already messed with the map sensor. What if you drive it with the AC on and it just stops hunting? Turn on AC and make it stop. Yep. Generally the idle's screwy. I wonder if it's supposed to keep the throttle plate cracked a little bit, and it's not cracked at all. It might be at the limit adjustments of the idle air control, maybe. Now, if somebody's messed with the throttle stop, I have no idea. I'm sure they probably did. Although I don't really want to mess with it if I'm not helping. It looks like somebody glued it into place. Anyway, I can stick this back together. Ooh. Because it looks like the idle air control is new, like it's real shiny compared to the rest of the stuff. Doesn't mean it is, but it looks it. You might have just cleaned it, who knows. Could be gunked up as hell in there, who knows. Wonder how difficult that is to get off. And if it's gonna rip off the gasket. Looks like it's 3 Phillips head screws. Like every other damn thing on this car, it's a Phillips head. I'm gonna go ahead and take the bottle off. We got it full of coolant. That was what I was originally concerned with. Eric brought that up, that, you know, blah, 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 the idle air control runs off of the temperature of the engine, etc., etc. And if it's bad or wrong, then it'll be bad and wrong. Where did I put the cap? Where to put the cap? Oh, if it's any closer, to bit me. It bit me. Do you know what the feeler gauge it should be for the stop plate of the throttle plates? Because I'm pretty sure it's just touching it. Or it's fully shut and the throttle has no, but it looks like it's been stocked because it doesn't look like anybody's messed with it due to the fact that it's got like paint. It's got paint marks on it and they haven't been disturbed. I mean, it's definitely hitting the throttle screw though. Any thoughts, Mr. Dave? The side portion of the idle air control valve is heated by engine coolant from the cylinder head. Do not adjust the throttle stop screw. It is preset at the factory. If the ML is on, check for trouble codes. The scan tool should read about 10% when the throttle is fully closed and about 90% when the throttle is fully open. That is correct. It idles okay at a cold start, I think. I'm pretty sure it did. It's when you rev it, if you have the air conditioning off, and for a little while there, it was like stalling practically. But at the worst, at this point, it's just hunting for the idle, it looks like. And I cleaned the throttle body. Lady Geek Boy. Cleaned the throttle body. I checked the map sensor. We even had another map sensor so I could double check to make sure that one was reading correctly. I just hooked it up and put a vacuum gauge on it to see what it read. And that is correct. How do you make sure the thermostatic idle valve is actually working, I guess, is the question. Take off the idle air control valve. And then make sure it's not clogged is about, that was pretty much my next stop. Just take off the IAC and give it a quick look over. Make sure it's not clogged full of junk. But like I said, it looks new. Because that's what we got there. We got the coolant going to it. We got that's plugged in, and then it's got 3 bolts here. Oh, I mean, putting it back to stock would be ideal because he's got all sorts of mods on it. All sorts of mods on it. I don't even know what this goes to. Hold on, gotta go use the restrooms while you think about that. Ponder that for a minute while I go do that. Oh, my scanner ran out of juice. Whoops. Yes, I hear you hunting. I'm gonna go up front and discuss with them for a minute about what this thing is.
You'll be able to get that all changed?
You can give it a no, that'd be fantastic. Boo.
Cam sensor. Okay? And then, as we were talking about it, he told me he's already changed the cam sensor. So he's throwing all of this.
He's been throwing parts at this thing like crazy. Because I see that new idle air control valve, or what looks like one.
It was us.
Oh boy, don't have any pressure.
And so then I said, well, we're willing to look at it. I said, well, man, I said, well, I don't know what you've done. I don't know where we are. Mm-hmm. You know. It seems like the work he does, though, he does pay attention. But he loves this car.
I can see that.
Is it still falling flat on his face?
No, it's different. I've noticed that if I turn on the AC, that it will stop hunting for an idle. If it's hot and I start it, sometime if you just start it, like if I start it right now, it'll pretty much just idle fine until you rev it, and then when you come down off rev, it'll start hunting for the idle and vroom, vroom, but there's no vacuum leaks that I can find.
And he said under load it does it. He said it like lays down and pops.
It lays down and pops under load.
Yep.
Because I haven't tried to go drive it yet, because I was hoping I could find it before I had to take it out on the road.
Right. What have you found up to this point?
I mean, I haven't found anything particular. I've checked like the map sensor, making sure it's reading correctly, checking the engine vacuum, making sure it's full of coolant, so that way the idle air control adjustment can do its job with coolant in it. Scanned it, of course, watched a bunch of data. It seems to be reading everything okay. The throttle, I cleaned the throttle to make sure that wasn't just dirty. Yeah, I think that's it thus far. and lots of hunting for vacuum leaks or
Right.
any other additional fuel or something like that. Check the purge valve to make sure it seals when it's shut.
He fancies himself as a backyard mechanic.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because apparently he put the motor in it.
Yeah. So I've heard.
If you want me to put him on the phone with you, we can.
I assume he's verified timing at this point. I don't see any reason why there would be a timing issue per se. Unless it's off by like a tooth.
Yeah.
And just enough to be really irritating. There's a bleeder valve on this system. I just put the bottle on it. I mean, I got heat in the car, got good heat in the car, so it's got full water in the heater core. But he swapped in this motor. This is not the original motor. We're not dealing with a stock car by any stretch. So, like, that's something we have to keep in mind as well. Because, like I said, we got the headers, the new headers, the hot air intake, the just general kind of, I don't know what this went to or what it goes to, but it's definitely been cut. This wire goes down this way and down under to the back of the car, maybe? I don't know. But I don't see a bleeder screw or anything anywhere particular. It's just you got the heat caps right there, upper hose. Is there somewhere else that there's supposed to be a bleeder hole? Well, if it's under the hot air intake, I don't know where it is. Because I can see the heater lines coming off this. This goes to the heater line. And then the other one connects to the block there. And that's all intact. I don't see any screws on it. I seem to have helped it a bunch by getting this thing seated in there better. Because before, we were stalling out pretty bad. This time, since I got that, I tried to make sure to get this like really tight. It seems to have helped. Either that or it's just the car is warm and so now it's just going to run a little better. I don't know. But apparently he's put on a crank sensor, he's put in 4 coils, he's put in spark plugs. I don't know if those are because he swapped the motor or whatever. It seems as though the coolant temp sensor and stuff is working. So, what makes a hunt for idle? Vacuum leaks? What, erratic fuel, maybe? No. I mean, it could, but that seems really unusual. Because at this point, I guess we've gone from getting it almost stalling to just hunting for idle, which I guess is an improvement. This has an EGR valve.
And they use cheap oil and they use the bullshit filters. And that we don't do that at all.
That's what I thought.
Our basement.
Middle of engine is this big thing right here. description operation. The EGR valve lowers peak combustion temperatures to reduce oxide emissions by recirculating exhaust gas through the intake manifold into the combustion chambers. Exhaust gas recirculation. It's a new EGR valve. Like it's damn new. Whether it's any good, that's a different question. Looks like he's already put on an EGR valve. Now the question is, how can I tell if it's stuck open or stuck closed? Gasket looks like it's probably seen better days. Oh, good. He glued it or something. I can't get that connector off. Not every car has one. Connector's broke, and I can't pull it off. Hi, Jeffrey. But yeah, an EGR would be something else that would make it run piss poor. Usually that would stall it out, though. I agree. I don't know why that thing's stuck to it, though. Unless it's stuck open and putting in hot exhaust gas through it all the time and it's overheating it and cooking it. It's pretty hot. But of course, I don't know if I can trust the O2 sensor readings, because the O2 sensor is in such a removed spot, being where it is. But yeah, anybody have any bright ideas on how to check? Nah, there's no exhaust. There are no cats. It's a straight pipe all the way back. Which also makes me wonder if it's getting zero back pressure in the engine. Could that cause it to have some weirdness? If it's supposed to have some restriction or some back pressure. And it don't. Should be able to look at the EGR lift sensor data on the scan tool. Well, my scan tool died. I have to do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. I'll check. We'll just go look at the exhaust pipe. It sounds like it's fine, because it's got a big old fart can on it. But it revs up okay. I wouldn't expect that to be the situation. Hello? Anybody stuck in there? Doesn't seem to be. I can't see anything. Or rather, I can't see anything as far as I can see down the pipe, which is reasonably far. I can see through the entire muffler. Get more of a point light. Because they got a big cherry bomb fart can. Yeah, it just goes up. Seems like it's all right. Jesus, Jason. Brap, 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 brap. Saying hi to the wife. You know, they can't get me crap for parts today. I have been waiting on an air filter for this Audi since like 10:30 a.m. Getting kind of annoyed. We done sent Noah to the frickin' World Pack across town. So he could be doing an Audi oil change, which would be useful. I could do it too, but I don't want to, honestly. I just don't want to. Whoa. It's not misfiring though. It's not misfiring. I don't think it's stumbling due to fuel pressure. It could be, but I doubt it. Because it picks right up when you rev. If it was running low fuel pressure or something like that, you would probably see multiple misfires and it would do more than what it's doing. Wait, so that's what you tell your wife at home right now? Dave, why haven't you taken out the trash? I'm waiting on parts. What parts could you possibly be waiting for? I need another trash bag. It's right here. Oh, well, see, you found it. Now I can take out the trash. Hey. Is that what you tell your wife, Dave? Is that what you tell your wife? They're rarely 100% bad. Of course I know the game. I've been with my wife for 20 plus years. I know how to play all the tricks. I know how to work the system. I don't know. I don't know if I want to just throw an IAC at it. I want to know what he knows about the EGR and the idle air control. And I really want an air filter. God. Hold on one second. Let me go up front and complain. I'm going to go see the manager. this engine be running for a while already? Okay, so like you had it running well at some point. How long did it run well? Like if you had to, like has it been years, months, days? A few months? Were you like daily driving it? Okay. What, anything particular happened when it started acting up, or was it just one day, hey, I'm not going to idle? Mm-hmm. Have you put on an idle air control valve? Okay, because I thought it looked new. And have you messed with the EGR valve? Okay, so you replaced the EGR and the idle air control. When you replaced the EGR, did you check to make sure the ports were clean? Well, I mean the ports on the engine, not on the idle air or the EGR valve. Okay. Also, I noticed the connector on the EGR is like a broken tab. Do you have that thing glued on there, or is it just staying on there through friction? Okay. So you've checked the timing to ensure that was good? Have you messed with the ECU at all? Like, have you added a tune or anything like that to it? Okay, it's still the original ECU in the car. And is this like a direct swap? It's the same motor that was in there in the first place. It's just a new one of it. Okay. So it's still a 1.7 liter D17A. Okay. Interesting. What prompted to replace the motor in the first place? It just gone bad, like. Okay. So like blew a head gasket or something? Okay. Have you put new coils and plugs on it, I assume? Okay. You got the idle air control valve, you got the EGR valve, you got purge solenoid valve. What was the valve doing, do you know? Then when you got this motor, did it come with an intake and everything else installed, or do you have to swap that over? Oh, I mean like the intake manifold. Okay, that came on the engine? Okay. The PCV valve. Yeah. Okay. When you turn on what? Mm-hmm. Where did you hear that again? In the like AC system? Mm-hmm. From the fuel pump or something? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, when it primes. Oh, turn that off. I hear the pump running, but yeah, it's a question of is it louder than it should be. That could be something worth looking into, checking fuel pressure to make sure it doesn't bottom out or stumble. Okay. Well, cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna keep looking into it, but I just wanted to know I wanted to know those things to see what you've done to it already. All right. Well, we'll call you back in a while. No problem. Bye. He kept calling me sir. Now I feel old. He put a new motor in it because he overheated the last one, or it overheated. So blew something. So he got that motor, came as a package. It's a direct swap. It's the same motor, other than the exhaust and intake and stuff. Hold on. And so you replace the EGR, you replace the automatic control valve, you replace the PCV valve. He said the intake came on it. And that one's got me a touch concerned. Although he says he's been driving it for a few months and it hadn't had any issues.
And all of a sudden, it just started doing.
And it just started, so I think I'm gonna check fuel pressure and see what it's doing. Because it's something he mentioned, which you can hear, you turn the key on, you hear the pump run, but it sounds kind of loud. I wonder if there's a fuel pressure sensor or something in there. But he said the intake came installed. Because he was talking, he added this intake, not the stock intake. It's hard to tell how much he did, if you want to put it that way. Oh, thank God. I have a filter. I have a filter. Thank you, young lady.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it greatly.
You're welcome, John.
I'd have to yell at David and Ben Ken all the time. Dirty to clean. Oh, I want to vacuum out the box because it's got a bunch of dust in it. Dusty, dusty, dusty. Hey, my 8. Found it. It was back here. Why? I don't know. Missy says, what would you do without me? Yo. I'd have to fight the front end more often. Loud noises. Sorry about it. Sure that that's all nice and clean. If we're going to put in a new air filter, we might as well make sure we don't immediately start it up with dirt. That would be silly. Just the little touches we make sure to do for the customers that we have. We want the best opportunity for this thing to run as nicely as possible. We can throw away this whole dusty thing. Gross. Thank you, Jedi. That is far too kind and probably untrue. Notice I said probably, not sure, or surefirely. There are plenty of great mechanics on YouTube, don't worry. And I'm sure there's also plenty of crappy ones. You know what's going to happen? Because at this point, everybody in chat has probably taken at least one guess as to what this thing is. Whoever got it right when we figure it out is going to be like, see, I told you! If only you'd listened to me in the first place. It's like people that are like, you see, you should have bought that crypto. If you'd only listened to me in the first place. See, you should have voted for Benedict Cumberbatch, and we'd all be great. What is the problem and why is it the timing chain? This one was just here for service lights on. To which that problem I'm going to remedy right now. They went somewhere else, got their oil changed, and then they come here and they're like, my service light's on. We're like, no. No. Don't tell me you went to a hole-in-the-wall discount tire store to purchase. I've taken 20 guesses and every one of them are correct. Absolutely. Although he did do what I did, where it has to do with how often you say it. He said I did do the PCV valve. Or sorry, PVC valve. There's no plastic on here. But yeah, I said it right the first time. I had to actively try to screw it up. Perform SRI resets. Could be valve injectors, could be bad gas. Could be bad gas. Of course, you know what it's going to be. Of course, since maybe he probably has a full tank. If he has a full tank, then of course it is the fuel pump. Ta-da! Boo! And Dave, that is why you were a stellar mechanic. You just throw parts at it until it works. Ah! It's amazing that you've been able to stay in business as long as you have. Right? All right, well, this car's done. Let's go ahead and get her on out. Yep, except we gotta plug that in. That's important. It'll get really upset if I don't do that. Hopefully I didn't just set the check engine light by turning that on without that being plugged in, or else then I'm gonna be annoyed because I'm gonna have to get my cable all the way back out and do it again. All right, hold on, we're gonna pull this one out. What we got here? We got a 2-liter. We got a 3-liter. Ooh, look at that fancy light up glows. Look at them rings. They're all lit up. What? That's so cool. I like it. I like it. 2-liter. Bingo, bango. Here we go. What is wrong with this car and why is it the timing chain? A6. Oil change. Or they fancy. And then they're like chrome when they're not lit up. Whoa. That's awesome. Like, I really like that. I want that on my Audi. Dish fancy. Oh, any of you guys had any problem with the video stopping or freaking out or anything like that? I turned it on to low latency mode instead of ultra low latency mode. So it might be a slightly longer thing, but thank you, Dobby. Good. I'm gonna get a filter for it. Let me get a filter. Let me get a filter. 1 second. They're mean to me. Hey, we'll finish this card. We'll get back to fucking around with the damn Honda. I guess. I don't know what to look into at the moment now. I guess fuel pressure was what we really wanted to look into. That's a factory option. Light up rings. So what have you guys thought of today's broadcast thus far? Any complaints, comments, concerns? Anybody new here? Welcome. Hello. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Today's not the most exciting day. The whole week hadn't really been that exciting. We had a good one with the Charger. That was probably the most exciting. However, next week, hopefully we're going to get right ripping roaring into the excitement because Jason's going to be putting a Subaru motor in that. I'm probably going to be pulling a Subaru or a Camry motor next week, I guess. Oh shit. I should let that drain. Once we go under here and get the under tray down, start changing the oil, checking the brakes, which is gonna need front brakes pretty soon. Pretty soon. It's its heartbeat. Oh, what is this tomfoolery? What is this tomfoolery? These are supposed to be half-turn screws, not frickin' drywall screws. They're supposed to be like this. Half-turn. 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 Instead of this. This is why we can't have nice things. But it works. Yeah, it works, but it's wrong. Oh, isn't that cute? But it's wrong! Anybody? Anybody? Catch that reference? It's a good reference. You gotta be pretty much exactly my age to catch it. Oh, this one's a half turn. That one's a half turn. This one is very much not. Awesome. Close. Cow and chicken. Oh, you know what's funny though? So we have our first game Saturday, and all the parents were asking, we're doing Sunday practice, right? I was like, I actually hadn't planned on it this week, but if you guys really want to, sure. Because my wife was telling me that other parents were asking about Sunday. Like, are we gonna practice on Sunday? So you guys see that your little ankle biters could use a little bit more practice, eh? Oh, you bastard. The filter's leaking from up top. It's dribbling down. What an ass. If Farted and I had to vacate the room. Jesus, man. Quit being like my boss. I'm running out of rags, running out of rags. Not really, they're just everywhere. Running out of rags. Draining the oil. Having some fun. Telling you what to do. On the run. Brakes aren't terrible. They're less bad than what I originally looked. Where's my tiny mirror? There it is. I need to get me another one of these. Clearly, this is why I'm having bad luck. Because it's cracked. I've got 800 million years of bad luck. Oh no. Say hi, you guys. That's what I see. You guys are just one giant robotic eye to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Y'all are like, I'm a legitimate viewer. No, you're not. You're a GoPro. You see that? You're a GoPro. Yeah, it's got brake pad sensors on it though, so it'll let those know if they're going bad. Yeah, those are pretty good. Rear tires are the biggest and thickiest. And those pads are all right. Has it got a back sensor? Yes, it does. And it's about to get cut. It's probably going to want rear pads for it once fronts. Exhaust doing good. Exhaust doing good. Ball joints, axles. This doesn't have axles back here because it's only a two-wheel drive Audi. Such peasants. Such peasants. You thought they had money because they're driving an Audi, but no, they're driving a two-wheel drive Audi. You know what that means? That means it's just one of the poors. Just like me. I drive a two-wheel drive Audi because I'm one of the poors. Oh, the places you'll go. Oh, the places you will go. It's not leaking. Looks pretty darn good, man. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Want to know what else? Chicken butt. That's what. Chicken butt. I feel as though I'm just making noises with my mouth to entertain you guys. And hopefully it's working. Because Ken's certainly opening his mouth to entertain people. Excuse me.
You know, and he said, how you do 30 minutes later.
Look, it's Noah. He's finally made it back from his long adventure to Worldpack. And I'm so excited for this weekend. Mostly because we just have baseball tomorrow, and that's it. Other than that, we don't have a football game. We don't really have anything to do Sunday except maybe go play baseball. But those are all just kind of fun things. Granted, the football games are pretty fun, but they're also still pretty irritating to get to. And I'm really glad we're going to avoid it until the fair is done. And after today, it's going to be SHTF. Hitteth the fan. Kind of busy for me. We're going to have football games, we got camping trips, we got scouts and baseball all in one weekend. It's going to be chaotic as hell, is the short answer. Ugh. Stupid hiccups. Yep. We got to work on the yard. I mean, that's going to be this weekend, so that's not going to be so bad because it's not super chaotic. So tomorrow probably, I mean, tomorrow's going to be kind of busy enough as it is, relatively speaking. Son's going out to hang out with his friends, and we're taking his friend's little brother and our youngest son to go to basically a jump place. It's called High Wire, but it's a trampoline park. And so we'll be taking them there. They'll be jumping for an hour or two, jumping around. And so we were asking them, we're like, man, we might have to do that a different day. He's like, oh, I want to go. And we're like, so you're going to be prepared to go jump around at the jumpy place and then go play baseball for another hour and a half? He's like, oh, yes. All right. You'll be really warmed up, that's for sure. Tight. Tight like tiger. Well, that's probably going to be how we're going to do some of it. Because I think tonight we're going to chill out, have a little backyard campfire again. I sure do like our backyard campfires. They're fun. I like them. They make me happy. We just need to do a little more tending around there. I got to section the yard and basically start working on it one section at a time. Because it's big enough that it's obnoxious if you try and tackle it all at once. But if you do it in little chunks, it's not so bad. I don't know, I might even skip the gym tomorrow and worry about working on the yard because that's going to be tiring enough. And if I play my cards right, I'll stream it. But I don't know if any of you guys care about that. I'm going to go up top and change the bloody filter first before I put this under tray back on because it's dripping out the filter down here, and I want to make sure the engine's not oily when I'm done with it. And that we don't leave a little puddle inside of the engine compartment and then them come back in a couple days and be like, it's leaking. No, it's not leaking. It was just a filter leaked when I was changing it, and I thought I cleaned it, but it was still leaking. Because we hate you. Lemon Grab is a strange, strange guy. No, we didn't get the goats. We hadn't gotten the goats yet. The problem is I'm worried they're gonna eat something that's not food back there, because they were like, yeah, they'll eat anything. And I'm thinking, ugh, there's a lot of crap back there that needs to get cleaned up first. So maybe if we can get the yard, cleaned up, make sure there's no plastic or toys or anything like that back there, then we'll be looking pretty good at acquiring us a little goat. Plus, I'd have to make them a little house to stay in. I also got to work on Rebel Subaru. I need to get them to bring that thing down here soon. Clean up the goat droppings. Why would you clean it up? It's just fertilizer. Spread it around. Oh, we don't like poop on the ground. You got animals. There's gonna be poop everywhere. 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 Good, 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 good. That sounds like it's trying not to overcharge the battery. Basically, it has a voltage regulator or maybe a load detector. And so if you turn on the headlights and you turn on like the AC and you turn on all the loads, you can watch that and it'll probably sit there and it'll keep charging. Like you'll see it not turn off the alternator, but if you turn them all off and you let them just chill and you let the car idle and stuff, it'll turn off the alternator to not overcharge the battery. Because that's how you boil out batteries and stuff, is overcharging them. So I know y'all have hit that subscribe button and the like button, right IPA. You started this monster, now own it. No, this is all your fault. Got that? See, it's his fault he's not listening. He's doing God's work. He's fixing cars. I absolutely am Apex. I am preparing him for marriage. That's why he knows before he even started it's all his fault. But that's not marriage done the right way if it's just always your fault. You remember the dad joke I told the other day? It was it was on YouTube. But because my wife told me I should be in touch with my feminine side, so I crashed the car and then ignored her for no reason. Lol. Not quite yet. I mean, I can make it do that. It'll go one-na-na. 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 Because it is Batman. I am is Batman. Throwing bits everywhere. Nuts. Still your fault, Noah.
What's going on?
I'm just preparing you for marriage.
Yeah.
It's all your fault. What do you say to that? You nod and smile. Yep.
All right, my bad.
Yep, my bad. Now you're getting it. See, look at that. He's a quick learner. I told you we were right with that kid. He'll do just all right. One of the videos suggested under my stream is a guy with no arms replacing a clutch in a tractor. That just sounds impressive. I think you should go watch that, Drunken Monk. What are you looking for?
This fucking lug nuts super cool.
Jason's got half-size lug nuts.
I didn't know where they were.
Who knows where they are?
Nah, yeah, that was a
He's just keep looking through his shit until he find it.
that was a good question.
It's probably... Open the drawer. Maybe it's in there, in that cart. It does have a drawer, even though you've never seen him open it. Wait, what's these? Nope, not that. Eric, you got half-size sockets? There you go. We found them. This thing's got super swole nuts.
Well, not even all of them.
Just literally one.
It's just fucked up.
Oh, God.
In a wreck.
Oh, yeah. Just,
So I was like, oh, great.
you're just going to have to beat it on. You have to beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it. You are immediately demonetized. Dun, 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 dun. Bow, 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 bow. 3:30 seconds. Oh, 3:30 seconds. Oh, 9:30 seconds. And 9:30 seconds. They got a pair of new tires on the rear. Need a pair of new tires on the front soon. Have it queued up waiting. Hell yeah. They're gonna be like, oh, you got it. What are the tires? What are the tire size? And what is this and that and the other thing? Conti Pro Contact. 255/40 R19 100 Hector Hotel 100 Hotel. If you want to go with proper radio code. They were put on in 2018. This car is a 2014, so it has had new tires at some point, just not soon enough. Not soon enough. And that's why they just beat it. Just beat it. What does the tires pressures wishes to be? They wish to be 35 in the front, 38 in the rear. They want it bigger in the rear. Need to make more dumb shorts. I need to be the king of YouTube. YouTube automotive shorts. How do we do that, chat? It's 38 in the front. It's probably like 45 in the rear. That's what she said. $40 in the rear. What is that? Ew. That is so weird. Hey Noah, what do you think this is? They're like gooey. But it looks like it's like printed out on there.
Eggs or something.
It looks like it's probably frog eggs, I guess. All I can think of is it's eggs. But it's so well printed. It almost looks like a little cat. We found the tracking chips. Did you touch it?
Yeah.
Now they're going to start growing inside of you. Are you ready for that?
I hope so.
I hope so.
Maybe I can do something cool coming out of it.
Sweet.
Then the government will take me and start testing me.
Yeah, at least you get 3 hots and a cot for free while they poke you and prod you. Seems like, you ever get those cars that you can tell that somebody only had an air hose that would reach one side? You get one side of the car and it's like 45, 45, and you get the other side, it's like 28 and 30.
Shit, I used to see that at CarMax a lot. Damn.
They're like, my tire's low, let's overinflate this one side. I should do the other side. Oh, I can't reach. Oh, well, I'm going home. I tried. It's a beehive. No, but they're really strange. Let me take a zoomed in picture so that way hopefully you can see too. These have to be eggs. That is what's on the back of the car. But in relation to their actual size, it's more. There's got to be some kind of egg. Because the ones that I hit smeared. They are. I don't have perfectly steady hands. That's why I'm not a sniper nor a doctor. Maybe a snail. Probably frog eggs. Probably got wet. Frog was like, oh, I gotta lay eggs, and he stuck to the car and laid eggs. And I just smeared them all over the car. Those poor babies, they were gonna grow up to be superstars, but now they're smeared all over the car. Man, such a monster. You monster. How dare you? Haven't found a fix for the Honda, if that's what you're here for. We just had to move on to this. We got some more stuff to try. I want to check out the fuel pressure. This car's got to go today, though, so the Honda is not. But thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Three? My God, man. Somebody that really doesn't like me signed into 3 accounts and said 3. You guys are gonna have to ratio them. Oh, if it's 3 dislikes, it's 10 to 1. I don't know, does dislikes necessarily mean that they're going to be rude? Rude. We have not found bullets in tires before, American Patriot. That is a thing that has not happened. Fluids. 4.9 quarts of 50200, which is our 530 MST synthetic from Valvoline that we're getting low on. So pretty much 5 quarts. The Earl is changed. Forgot which one of these two dipsticks is the right one. Although they're the same length. Yeah, it's good. It doesn't have a dipstick, so I have a couple dipsticks from other cars that go into the junkyard. So I check them with those just to, you know, just kind of make sure we're in the ballpark. I need to mix up some more coolant. This one could use just a touch. Just a touch. Let me go get some coolant and some more water so I can mix up some more coolant. What you guys doing this weekend? Do anything interesting? Besides working in the yards or cleaning up your houses or whatever? Love me. Kirsten Hypernfriesen. It's a good start. We don't need to go nuts. We just got to go slightly nuts. There's a good one. I don't need all this, I just need some of it to top this up. Like that. Perfect. Perfection. Let me see a full coolant bottle. No, I said full. Perfection. What in the Emily Dickinson is this crap? Oh, it's for those headlights. These. I think that is aftermarket. What you talking about? Talking about the analytics today? Yeah, it's the short's currently got 2,200 views on it. So that's why I was asking you, Heretic, did you change the name to some customer state something's wrong with the tire? Yeah, I think this is going to that light in the front. Cool, good job. No, my titles are lame. If you can make them work better, then dear God, keep changing them. Oh, thanks. My titles are lame. He said my titles are lame. Guess that just means I'm generally lame. I get some more washer fluid. I'll get some lame washer fluid. Ooh, changing a metal brake line, eh? How exciting. Ooh, that looks like just an absolute pain in the dick because of that. Although, of all the ones that you have to do, this is the least hardest.
Yeah. Is there anything I need to like disable before I disconnect it, or?
No, it's just put a tray under it or something because you're gonna make a mess. What? Now you're saying my title's a lame too, Rotex? Oh, God. I'm being attacked from all sides. Everybody thinks my titles are lame. No, I'm going to need you to title up my fucking videos, okay? No, what would you have titled the video with the f***ed up tread on the that tire? Remember yesterday, the one that was blown out? Or
I would title it, I don't think YouTube would like it, so.
what would you have said?
You got a fucked up.
You got a fucked up tire? All right, so make it a little bit more PG.
Do you want to catch people's attention?
What?
You want to catch people's attention too.
Oh, yeah, you wanted to catch people's attention.
Audi A7, all caps. Bad tire.
Audi A7 bad tire. All caps. With exclamation points following it. That's how Noah would title it. Is his title good or is it lame? Good or lame? Ask the Germans. And also, Waukesha, make sure you're up to live. Hit that live button at the bottom to make sure you're not buffered back like 10 minutes, because I felt like that was about an hour ago. You changed my new title too? Which new title? Michael C says, lame. Which one did you change? Oh, my new short title? Good. Now it's time to watch it race off. See, that's better. Bolt doesn't fit, add more washers. 9 times. Now let's watch it take off. All right, let's go watch the analytic. Oh, it's already on a little bit of an upward stroke. Heretic, you're just now known as the title master. You know who I think would be really good at naming videos? Huff. If Huffy were here, he would know what to name them. Granted, they would be just a series of expletives. I believe. So thus far, my lame titled thing from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. had 10, 5, 7, 3, 8, 6, 7. So up to 4 o'clock, it's had 7. So now starting at 4 o'clock, we're going to see if Heretic's new bolt doesn't fit, add more washers, really makes it, you know, take the case. Yep, he was a sexy big ginger rapper. That's why they called him the Big G. He just, I mean, I won't go publicly about it because hasn't stated it, so. He's had some personal things and he's changed jobs or something like that, so he's just been busy. He's been busy. Awesome. Now it's time to start it up. Reset the service light and pretty much be done with it. Reset the pumice light because they had their tires all out of whack. Ha! Ha! Ah. Servas du. Oh Lord. This instrument cluster's got, or this center console's got cokeitis. What is cokeitis, you might ask? Why, I'm sure you know what it is. You just aren't aware of it yet. Oil level is displayed after minutes. Oil change due in 1 day. All right, don't blow up. Yay, it didn't blow up. Off to a good start. Off to a good start. Oh yeah. Aren't you guys super excited for tomorrow? And by tomorrow, I mean Sunday. I'm excited for Sunday. I can't wait to tell more people to come and check out the YouTube. Oh my God, I am sleepy. Look at there. Look at there. Turn the key on. Go get our cable. Go get our cable. Go get our cable. I might be a little obnoxious, but that's okay. They are. I'm pretty sure they're aftermarket. Noah, what do you think? That badassery on the front.
Shit's fucking cool.
It's nice. I like it.
Every single time I see it, I'm like, that's fucking cool. I've been seeing a couple Mercedes move around, and it looks cool.
Aftermarket though?
We don't know.
I'm assuming so because if you look at the this
Oh yeah.
whatever this is,
Yeah, I would assume it's aftermarket because I mean,
but it does really well.
all the other. Audi
Although it
cars
seems like it's lost probably two LEDs.
It's like it's lost a couple.
The bottom's got a little bit of missing lightiness.
It fits really well though.
It does. I want one for my car.
The only thing I would have a complaint about is just got a little.
Oh, right there, like this edge around here. It doesn't fit quite perfectly. Well, the fact that it goes from this to looking chrome when you turn them off is pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that it lit up.
Yeah, I didn't until I walked out front and I was like, what?
Maybe that's what we're seeing right there is the chrome then.
Might be too much chrome on the bottom. I don't know. It seems kind of strange that all of these
It
are.
does.
This one's a little worse. That one's a little worse. These two aren't so bad. I wonder if it's just because maybe they're just a few LEDs and they're supposed to bounce it around the
Oh yeah, that could.
like a reflector.
Yeah. Could be useful. I wonder how hard it is to put.
That's an OEM option.
It's an OEM option.
That's what IPA said.
That's pretty fucking cool, dude.
But it's also an OEM thing. That one might be aftermarket, but
Yeah.
there are ones that come stock. I mean, it's like it took you this long to figure out that we want to see the rings glow.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. I can't lie.
I like it.
Even if it's OEM or aftermarket, it's still neat no matter what. Except I don't think it'll look good with all of it. So, I think it works well with the Audi one. and I think
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, Nissan would be kind of so-so. Kia could do it with their new ones. Like the big
I hate the
letters.
Kia logo.
Do you? I like it.
I hate it. I think
I
it
like it better than the little circle they had.
It looks like it says KTV or something. Granted, I mean, just the word Kia with a circle isn't exactly, you know, mind-bendingly awesome. It's just, hey, we have a name. It would, as the young kids say these days, lame. So that 1320 is some like YouTube racer?
It's a whole like YouTube channel.
Okay.
It's a big one.
Ah.
Let's see. 1320 video. So most of the time, if you ever see a car with a 1320 video sticker on it and it looks fast, it is fast.
Oh.
But on fire at 150 miles an hour. They just do like grudge races for like 16 grand. Fastest full size.
So it's just Fast and the Furious if you could Fast and the Furious it.
Basically. It's just all like drag racing type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Roll racing. Whatever else you can think of that makes cars go fast.
Yeah.
And it's always wild cars. It's always like at least like 600, 700, 800
Horsepower.
2,000 horsepower. Like they get ridiculous.
Yep, I'd have a lot to do catching up to do if we were going to play with that. Didn't pour fluid all over the ground, did we? Nope. Oh, 1320 is the number of feet in a quarter mile.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
I did not know.
See, now Noah. Today Noah learned. 1320.
They told me something.
Today we learned 1320 means feet in a quarter mile. That means it's something very American. Because them Europeans will be like, what's a quarter mile? Are you talking about kilometers? Where we kill the o-meters? Stealing Kias is a big thing up there? What in the world would you steal a Kia for? Is it because you really wanted to be mediocre or what? I mean, the truth of the matter is, it's probably somebody that's got dealer access that can make keys that bypass the anti-theft, or somebody that knows how to hack it. And so it's just whatever's in range. So if they're doing that, they best be careful because they might end up getting themselves caught. Wow, 41 likes today. You guys are awesome. All right, I'm gonna pull this out front. It's done. I'll be right back. There. I try to make it so you can see the door that I'm coming out of, as well as the bay when I leave. shuttered? Like, are these shuttered headlights where if I... Because they're not turning on additional headlights, are they?
No.
It's just moving it up and down?
They're shuttered for sure.
Okay.
I can see the lights.
So these would be adaptive headlights. They're like, can you adjust them up?
Nope.
No?
They do that on their own.
I mean, you could. There is a bit of an adjustment, but the point is like, they're pretty low on purpose.
Yeah, so you don't blind them.
Yeah, like they're dead where they're supposed to be. Because I always line them up. I stand about this far away and I line them up on my leg.
Yeah.
And they're always halfway up my leg.
And I mean, that thing's pretty new. It doesn't look like it's...
Can I? Yes. Do I want to? No, because I want to be able to see at night.
I gotta say, that thing's pretty new, so I don't think they'd be unaligned unless it's been in an accident. But
No,
it
I
doesn't...
was gonna say, unless it's been in an accident, somebody's knocked it out of it, then maybe, but
Yeah, it doesn't even look like it.
no, I mean, these are perfect.
I mean, I don't see any like body lines being messed up or being an accident. All the paint looks factory.
There, I'll leave that one just a touch. And this one, like, even less of a touch. Right there. Fantastic. I adjusted them up some.
Don't want to go too much.
See, now they're like mid-thigh instead of
Hopefully,
just above the knee. Hopefully I'll make them happy.
that must be better.
So many stolen that they're giving out free clubs to the owner. The club. It's been since the... You never heard of the club? The club was a steering wheel lock that people used to use back in the day where they would take it and do that, and it had two little hooks that would grab the steering wheel and make it to where you couldn't turn it because it would bang on the rest of the car. And they're like, the club! It totally is going to keep you from getting your car stolen. And people would just bring a hacksaw and saw the club in half and take it off. I mean, it does add more time, but is it like a theft, preventative of theft? No.
Yeah.
Does it deter it some? Maybe.
There's a way to get it on. Somebody's gonna find a way to get it off.
Yep. Especially if they really want your car.
Yeah. If they're trying to steal it, they're gonna go through that.
But apparently up in wherever that is having a big problem with Kias getting stolen.
Keys?
Yeah. So I was like, why would you want to steal a Kia? You really want to feel mediocre?
They're like, whatever Hondas like around this body style are really like...
Oh, yeah.
Getting stolen, so... But I have not heard of keys getting stolen.
I have not heard of Kia. I don't know.
Why?
Do you really hate KDM?
No, I had a Genesis before I had my Z. I just don't understand it.
The lockpicking lawyer could pick it open faster than someone could hacksaw through it. That is true. You've been to the safe house? What is the safe house? Is this where they hack the cars apart? Have you been to the chop shop? We should open a chop shop. Just put a sign out front, chop shop. Bring us your car. No questions asked.
You'll get it back sometime.
Well, maybe you'll get it back. You'll get it back in exactly the same condition that we received it, in pieces. Oh, the safe house is a bar club. Spy themed. Dun 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 dun. All right, I adjusted those up a little bit. I'm not adjusting them up too much. So hopefully this will make them pleased. See, Waukesha, I think you're a little bit behind the rest of everybody else. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go pull this one back up front now.
Well, since you got it in there, can you adjust the headlights and pick up the tire? I've done it up quickly. Where's the back tire?
with that is when you're doing brake lines, you might have to push it down into its, like the line into its seat, so that way the nuts should be nice and loose. And then you gotta hold the line in while you get the thread started. And once you're sure you got thread started, then you can just start cranking down on it. You can pretty much bend them until they fit right. Sometimes they'll come in and they're not perfect. And especially if they come from the factory, they're just a little bit off, and you just tweak them until you get them on there right. And then to even help your speed there, if you know what size it is, you get the regular wrench, ratchet, you know, get down while it's easy, and then when you go to tighten it, you use the line wrench to tighten it up. Awesome. All right, gentlemen. Oh, what? What? Who? For what? Which one? Okay. Oh, it's the white car. Never mind. How about Honda Boy what? I've been working on an oil change this whole time.
Huh?
I've been working on the oil change since I last talked to you about it.
The oil change.
Yeah, on the white car that you're asking about mileage for.
I was asking you to talk to him.
Yeah, I did.
What'd y'all say?
Words, many of them, about things and stuff. He's replaced pretty much everything.
Yep.
So I'm probably gonna have to start looking at fuel pressures and stuff.
Okay. See, my concern, I'm wondering if he's expecting to get it back to that.
I hope not.
You know?
Well, you might want to call him and ask him, because we're gonna need to keep it. Unless I mean, it's fine to take as it is. I haven't taken anything apart that I haven't put back together. It's all together, so like if he has to pick it up, he'd come pick it up and take it home.
Yeah.
But yeah, it still needs more working. I honestly want Mr. Mike's opinion about some of those things, because like this was his bread and butter stuff back in the day. Like he worked on these things all day, every day.
When he hears the tuning, he's gonna lose his mind.
Well, it hadn't been tuned. It's all stock. Well, it's the same motor. It was just swapped with the same motor. He didn't like upgrade it or change it. It's just the same motor. He hadn't messed with the ECU. It's still the original ECU.
Okay.
So the only things that he's done has been add this intake, these headers. That's mostly it.
Okay.
So he just messed with the intake and the exhaust. This, I'm not even sure what this goes to. This might be the headlight bulb. I don't know.
Okay.
But
Took several hours deep this morning, right?
I am checking and checking.
Let me call him and see what
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and run because we're out of things to work on today. I might look at this some more, but we're going to find out if he wants us to even work on it some more right now or what. And I'm going to go help shut down the shop because it's about time to close. It is 4:30. We close in 30 minutes. And I'm excited to go home for the weekend. So if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. I'd greatly appreciate it. And if you also haven't already, hit the thumbs down button because, you know, we hate everything. No, really. I would appreciate likes or any of those things. And I'll see you guys on YouTube next week, next Monday. Yeah, I got to find out about what's going on with that too. So I got to find, well, not with YouTube, but with what's happening on Monday. My wife should have an appointment on Monday, I think. And I don't know if I told them here. So that's going to be a trick. And I need to make some phone calls, hopefully before places close. Yep, supposed to be 8 a.m. I don't know, maybe we just go and... Anyway. So, you guys feel free to... Yep, we'll be here Sunday on Twitch. So if you want to yell about politics, go to my Twitch channel and follow that. And, or just get on Discord. If you get on Discord, it doesn't matter where I'm streaming, I'll post it and you'll know. And if you want to watch, you can come watch. If you're like, oh, it's politics, so you can just ignore it all day. This is a stick car. Maybe it came out of an auto and this is a stick. So, thank you all for joining me. I appreciate it greatly. And have a fantastic rest of your day. I hope to be on the Discord this evening playing video games and just hanging out with y'all. But I don't know. It depends on what I feel like doing. Have a good day. Bye-bye.